Good evening. I now call the Rocklin Unified School District Board of Education regular meeting for Wednesday, June 9th, 2021 to order. Brenda, will you please call the roll?
Julie Hupp. Rick Miller.
Here.
Rochelle Price.
Here.
Tiffany Statoff.
Here.
Derek Counter.
Here. All right. Prior to adjourning to closed session, are there any in-person or public comment on a closed session item? Seeing none, all right. The board will now adjourn to the closed session regarding all items listed on the agenda. The board will resume open session at 6:30 p.m. So, good evening. The meeting is now reconvened to open session. The board previously met for closed session. Trustee Price, will you read the actions taken in closed session?
In closed session, the board voted to approve Beth Davidson for the position of Director of Academic Improvement and Multi-Tiered System Support. The vote was unanimous. In closed session, the board voted to approve Karen Honegger for the position of Assistant Principal at Granite Oaks Middle School. The vote was unanimous. In closed session, the board voted to approve Amanda Bannister and Kylie Bray for the positions of Program Specialist 2, Curriculum, Instruction, and Professional Learning. The vote was unanimous.
All right. As a reminder to those watching from home, the board meeting is open and available for in-person attendance. I see a handful of folks are in here, so it's excellent. With limited seating, COVID-19 public health guidance will be followed. The meeting is also available to the public via live stream for public viewing. Those individuals who wish to provide verbal public comment must do so in person by attending the meeting and will be limited to 3 minutes each, approximately 30 minutes total. Those individuals who would like to provide written public comment may do so virtually through our link on the board agenda, item 2.1. So, ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Moving to our special recognitions and introductions, Dr. Limoges, Associate Superintendent, Human Resources.
In high school, Miss Jen Stedman. Come on up. So before I turn the mic over to you to say hello, Jen was currently a member of Roseville Joint Unified, where she served as a professional learning specialist and induction coach. Prior to that, she served various administrative roles in Rhode Island and started her, well, I don't know if you started your career, but you were with Roseville Joint previously as a teacher as well. I know we're very excited. We had a very competitive pool of individuals. Jen rose to the top, and we're very excited to have her a part of our team. She came very highly recommended from our colleagues to the west, and we're super excited to have you and welcome aboard. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Stedman, do you have any comments, and would you like to introduce your family?
Yes. Well, I'll start with the introductions of my family first. This evening, I brought my daughter, Lila Grace. Lila, wave. And my son, Riggins. My husband, Shane. My mom, Doreen. And my great friend, Erin. So I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to be a teammate and member of this district and to be a part of the community. I'm really looking forward to teaming up with my admin team at Rocklin High School and moving forward for students and doing what's best for them. Thank you.
I just want to welcome you and say how thrilled we are. I got a chance to meet you. I enjoyed our walk together, and I'm excited about what's going to happen. We're glad to keep you in Placer County, and there's lots of opportunity and growth potential for Rocklin High, and it's exciting to have you helping Davis and his team, and there's a lot of important work ahead, so we appreciate you joining us. Shane, I always do want to call out to the spouse. We're going to have our Water Friday night lights out. Thank you. We appreciate your commitment as well, so thank you.
Yes, welcome, thank you. Welcome, family. Welcome to the Rocklin Unified School District Rocklin family. So just appreciate everything. I know Davis and Mike there will be nothing but supporters and happy to help in any way they can. So excellent.
As the parent of a Rocklin High alum and an incoming Rocklin High student, thank you to the family. I know it's no task. It's not one individual we hire, it's really the whole family that comes along. So thank you. And I just have to say, go Thunder.
Just have heard such great things about you and really excited for a future. So thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Your family want to go, so either way.
The kids would love this meeting. It's going to be good. Mr. Stewart, we didn't say you could leave.
All right, so while they're walking out, so we'll move now to public comment on non-agenda items. This agenda item is included to give anyone in attendance an opportunity to ask questions or discuss non-agenda items with the board. The board is not permitted to deliberate or take action on non-agenda items, but may refer the matter to staff members for follow-up. A complaint about a specific employee of the district shall be made to that employee's immediate supervisor or the principal required by Administrative Regulation 1312.1. As a reminder, individuals who wish to provide verbal public comment may do so in person. There's a 3-minute time limit per person. We try to keep it to 30 minutes, but we'll see how it goes. If we need more than that, we'll definitely work with there. Are there any public comments from the audience tonight on a non-agenda item? So just real quick, when you step up, please state your name, state a neighborhood or an area you're from or where your kids go to school at, and then we'll try to keep it to 3 minutes. I'll give you a heads up at about 2.5 minutes or so, just to give you a hand, but.
May I take this down and speak? My name is Jerry Mitchell. I live in Mission Hills for 40 years, and I was not aware of all these folks coming in, and I'm sure they have a good topic to bring into your attention. But I wish just to present a list of questions. I had called, gone by the office and called to the Mr. McDonald's office phone number and asked him if he could call me back with some answers to these questions. So if you don't mind, I'd like to pass these out. Hopefully you'll take Okay, so these are questions for the board. What role does RUSD have on considering and approving the K-8 preschool by Wen Ma, as mentioned in the Whitney Oaks newsletter, see attached? If not the Rocklin Unified School District, who makes the decision about the placement of such schools? The information in that attachment describes generally the thrust of that, and I'm not sure I agree with the thrust of that school's intent. Number two, does the RSUD incorporate critical race theory in its curricula? If so, for what grade levels, and are written lesson plans available for review? Number three, does RUSD incorporate the 1619 project in its curricula? If so, what grade levels and are written lesson plans available for review? And finally, four, does RUSD teach civics in its curricula, you know, the Constitution, things like that? And if so, for what grade levels, and are written lesson plans available for review? Because these topics require some effort, I'm asking that someone from the staff or the board respond to me in writing with the answers in my emails listed below. I yield the balance of my time to the next speaker.
Hello, my name is Nick Nelson, and this is my first time speaking in one of these meetings. I'm the local Turning Point USA field representative, and I mostly have a question because I'm very concerned about what recently happened at Whitney High School. Because from what I understand, so long as things are silenced on both ends of the political spectrum, liberal and conservative, it is fine so long as everything is within viewpoint neutrality. But from what I've seen of what happened at Whitney High School, it was not viewpoint neutral. One side was actively silenced while another side was actively not. So for us, things that were approved by the administration were edited out of the school photos. But then on the other side, there were students holding signs. I don't think they were students. I believe they were actually adults. But they were holding signs, explicitly wearing shirts that say Black Lives Matter, holding signs that said things like, stop disguising your racism as patriotism. So those are completely allowed in the yearbook. But then approved stickers that say, I Heart America and Free the First are not. So I was really concerned with that, and I was curious if anyone had any comments about that and how that is able to work.
So just walking through the stuff, we can't comment. We can take it all in, and I super appreciate it, but we'll go through the minutes, and then afterwards, when we get down to 9.1, which is a couple sentences after, we're allowed to comment on anything, so you can bring that, so.
Perfect,
just
that was my
heads up.
concern.
Sorry about that. Should've
Most
said
of
that.
things are within the lines of being constitutional. That was my ultimate concern, so thank you.
Hi, Jackie Santos, I'm school psychologist here. And I know there's a lot of concerns kind of going around lately, but I just kind of want to address more, I think, some of the recent curriculum. And I think one of the first person that spoke made a good comment to try to, if there's a way that we can get more access as parents to curriculum and more oversight to curriculum. I did, go ahead and buy this book, which I understand, I'm not sure, but I understand maybe is the curriculum that's in the optional class at Rocklin High School. So I read through all of it. I don't know for sure. We could get maybe confirmation that this is it, but I know that at least it's maybe one that was considered. But I read through it, and I just wanted to make sure that, like I said, there's a little bit more oversight on this. I have a lot of concerns about the material in this book, and I have a lot of concerns about this with its alignment with the critical race theory. I more than support ethnic studies. I myself am a first generation here. My parents fled Cuba on both of them. But with that background, like I do have a unique understanding of and sensitivity to things that are aligned with communist ideas and that promote it. And all throughout the book, that's what I read. It's anti-capitalist. It's anti-Semitic. It's anti-religion, unless it's Muslim. It has a whole chapter on that. And really, it's not based on the facts. It's not based on the research on ethnic studies. The researcher that has done a lot of studies saying that this, looking into ethnic studies helps students, minorities. That researcher is Dr. D from Stanford. And he actually, what he says is that ethnic studies within the framework of not just what's been done to you that's been wrong, but let's study groups that have been successful. And what are those characteristics of those ethnic groups that have been successful? Like looking at the family, looking at the culture, looking at access to educational opportunities and work ethic. And there's what that researcher, what he says is that these things need to be looked at, that we need to not look at only victimization, but how can we be resilient? And we know that even as school psychologists, that's a huge factor. And when they look at that as at a global level in success of minorities, they see that those are the factors. Those are all left out. So I just want to see that all of our kids are getting information that's correct and that information that's research-based.
Hi, I'm Addie Hamilton, and I'm a student at Whitney High School. So in language arts class, students I had to read and watch To Kill a Mockingbird, which was set in the 1960s about racism. The teachers made us then watch the movie The Hate U Give, which is about cop hate and today's racism. They tried to relate the two together when they are in completely different time periods. In The Hate U Give is really only based on hatred towards cops. They should be talking about how racism has changed and how not all cops are bad, which is an opinion that I know to be false. They should have used the opportunity to talk about the two subjects altogether. Now I'm going to read my sister's statement because she's not here today. Nobody should have ever have to feel embarrassed or ashamed or scared of being judged just because they're conservative or a patriotic person. They shouldn't have to feel like they are going to get criticized or people are going to start talking bad about them just because they choose to have their political beliefs public and they choose to let people know their opinions on some controversial topics. But that's exactly what happens at Whitney High School. During her time at Whitney High School, she slowly realized that if she let it be known that she loves America or that she was a more conservative person, people would judge her. They would talk about her, they would look at her weird, and they would never ever be the case. Nobody should ever be afraid of wearing an American sticker while they are doing the announcements in front of a class. No one should ever be scared to walk around campus with a button on their backpack. No one should ever feel embarrassed to have "In God We Trust" on their sweatshirts as they walked into class. Nobody should be afraid to tell people that their dad is a cop or worried of what people might think of them if they know that we back the blue. All these things are things that need to be normalized. All this criticism and things needs to be changed, because the worst part is that not only that it doesn't come from students, but the staff and teachers as well. Towards the end of the school year, things at Whitney definitely started getting worse. She slowly began to find herself trying to hide her beliefs and trying to keep her opinion out of things that we all know. She slowly began to find herself trying to hide her beliefs and trying to keep her opinion out of things when we all know that that's really never been her. I really realized that she was just that she was tired of being constantly judged and criticized, and at some point she had enough and just wanted things to stop. But in reality, no one should ever have to hide the fact that they love their country and that they live in. And no one should ever be afraid that their peers are going to judge them and make fun of them just because they like America. So tonight, we're not in any sense trying to fight you or go against you. All we want is just a little bit of support and a whole lot of change. Thank you.
Am I good? Okay. My name is Ollie Euler, and I just graduated from Whitney High School last week, and I was one of the students that had her button off of her shirt censored, and I have never been afraid to show like who I am, what I believe in, because that's just how I've been raised, to be a strong, independent woman. And so to see that, and it was a button that said, it said "Born to be Free." So for a teacher and a staff member to go and edit out something where you're supposed to be preaching that things are to be free, it was honestly hurtful to see. And going off of that, after we had the Black Student Union and Turning Point USA, they were across from each other, I overheard a staff member say that there should have been two groups with such different controversies and different beliefs to be across from each other because it was a problem. And I have never heard that to be a problem, because I have never looked at someone based off their skin color and said that I can't be friends with you, or I can't talk to you, or we can't sit across from each other. So to hear a staff member that's supposed to be educating us say that, it was honestly really hurtful. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Good evening, awesome people. My name is Boomer Bennett. I grew up in South Central Los Angeles. I attended the Los Angeles Unified School District. Sad to say that that school district failed me and many of my friends and family. For one, the teachers and administration failed to teach us how awesome basic education was. For two, they bullied us and let us know because we were poverty-stricken and most of us didn't have fathers, we were statistics and our voices didn't matter. Because of this, many of my peers, including myself, disregarded education because our voices refused to be heard. Although we had a crazy household, we looked to schools and our teachers and our principals to be some level of positive influence, and we failed to get that. Today, I am a resident of this awesome community. I am here with my awesome wife, Kima Bennett, my awesome 3-month-old daughter, Riley Bennett, my 6-year-old daughter, Ivory Bennett, and my 4-year-old son, Royal Bennett. I hope that my kids get to come and be students of this awesome Rocklin Unified School District. The history here is just too important to lose. However, there are some things that are going on that are reminiscent of how I grew up in Los Angeles. Teachers and administration quenching and shutting the students' voices up when they're supposed to be some of the most important influential voices are students here. I mentor many students that are on Whitney High School and Rocklin High School. I've mentored them pre-COVID and post-COVID. Many of these students, after COVID, when they went back to school, the first 2 or 3 weeks, start using substance abuse, alcoholism, talked about suicidal tendencies, depression, lack of confidence, because of what was going on. The bullying of their Christian conservative values, not only from other students and student bodies, but also from the administration. This isn't cool. And y'all have a hard job, and I appreciate y'all's job. And I promise I will do everything in my power to assist you guys to make sure that this doesn't continue to go on. So call my name in whatever area you guys need me to. But if this continues to go on because of my upbringing, I will become the biggest adversary to make sure this doesn't happen for my kids that will one day hopefully sit in your seats, and for the rest of the families here that are represented. Thank you, God.
Hi, guys. You thought you were done with the Hamiltons, didn't you? My name's Carrie Hamilton. I have 3 kids that have been in the Rocklin School District. My oldest, who you all know, Kaylee, just graduated from Whitney. I also have a sophomore, Addie, and a 6th grader, Josh. This year has been a hard year for many reasons, but the hardest for our family was not COVID. It was the culture change that has happened at Whitney. For the first couple years Kaylee was there, it was all about being a wildcat, bleeding gold and maroon, a place for everyone, etc. This year it became about division. It started with an Instagram post by the yearbook before the kids were even back on campus. The yearbook posted a picture of BLM protesters. Nothing was done, and many of us just swiped past it. A couple weeks later, there was a post of some kids at a Trump rally. Almost immediately, it was taken down, and a second post was made apologizing for those that were offended by the Trump post. Several of us parents commented that if you leave up BLM, you should leave up Trump, and that there should be no shame in supporting America's president. The next time Kaylee was on campus, I won't say the teacher's name because you said not to, the leadership teacher pulled her aside and confronted her to the point that she went out to her car and cried because she couldn't believe she was in trouble. He mentioned things like getting a point, which is not a good thing for leadership kids, and needing to have a consequence. He hadn't even looked into who had made the comments, but since people knew I was her mom, and for those of you who don't know, she was the president of ASB last year, they were spreading the rumor that she had made the comments. In reality, she had said nothing. We had a meeting with the leadership teacher and another administrator regarding the incident. At that meeting, I mentioned that they should be prepared because the division that these kids are going to be coming back with will be very strong for multiple reasons, and they should not allow any of it in order to avoid conflict. Fast forward to today, and many of the teachers have done quite the opposite. They have basically empowered these kids to judge and to be rude to kids with differing thoughts, primarily religious kids and conservative kids. After a meeting just recently with about 20 parents and kids with an administrator, it was the same 7 teachers who continually were mentioned by the students as making them feel uncomfortable for their beliefs. All of these teachers are creating a culture that is very toxic to the students. The leadership teacher in particular has created many issues. The censoring photo you all know about, and I've already spoken with Tiffany and Rochelle about several other issues. There is no reason he should be in a leadership teacher position with the division he's creating. I'll just skip that part. I just don't feel like it's safe to have these kinds of teachers on campus because it doesn't feel safe for our kids to be there. As my daughter said, and I mean, we try to get more students here tonight, but it's Wednesday, they have youth group, they have work and sports. But my kids shouldn't feel unsafe or judged by a teacher. The yearbook cover is a perfect example of that. The very cover of the yearbook, which Nick mentioned, says, "Stop pretending your racism is patriotism." I realize that people are offended by our kids' patriotism, but our kids are also offended by their anti-patriotism. It's an all or nothing deal, and the culture absolutely has to be changed. They can't allow some and not all. There has to be rules for these teachers and what they can share about their political views. There's no reason my kids should know where their teacher stands on certain issues. If my husband put things like that on his social media or pushed it down his coworkers' throats, he would be fired. I do not know why that's any different for teachers in our schools. Culture needs to change, unity needs to be brought back, and teachers need rules as to what they can push on our students so that all students feel safe.
Hello there. My name is Roxy Rice. I'm the parent of students. The environment of cancel culture is out of control. My family also came here as immigrants during the Revolutionary War. My family fought for the freedom of all Americans, all students, all kids, all families. My kids have been raised to be proud of their American heritage. That is their right. As a heritage of other kids, it's their right to be proud of that as well. To have any kids ashamed of the color of their skin, their background, their culture, their religious or political view is wrong. You have conservative kids hiding. They're scared to death. They're coming home from school crying. They're feeling very, very threatened, both mentally and physically. Kids in your schools are the victims of bigotry. I know the intention was to turn it around and celebrate people that you feel like may have been left behind. But in the course of doing that, you've created a culture of hate and bigotry that is getting out of control if we don't get ahead of it now. For teachers and administrators to think that their inalienable rights usurp those of the students is wrong. Change is needed, and change is needed now. To have teachers, parents, come out in pictures with Black Lives Matter shirts while the cancel culture doesn't allow an American shirt, it's wrong. We live in America. Our Constitution guides us. Our freedom guides us. We are better than this. We need help, and we need help now. Thank you.
It's Sylvia Bond, shocker, I know. I'm tired of hearing my own voice too, but today I want to talk to the board and the community as well. We are at the start of a crossroads, and our decisions can either take us down a road of unity and finding solutions for our community, or down a road that will cause such a great divide that will be hard to fix. We're right there at the beginning. Notice I said finding solutions in our community. I think the first concept we all have to realize is we are not going to solve the world's problems in Rocklin. But what we can do is we can progress. And that should be our focus. How can we do that? It's going to come from both the board, the staff, all, board, staff, and the community. So let's talk, board, I want to address you first. You have great intentions, and staff, of equity. I've been a part of it. but it cannot be one-sided. It cannot censor other beliefs. That is the exact racism and judgment and censorship you are fighting against. We can't just flip it over. Also, we need to involve the parents. I don't know, we've said this for like 2 years now, that we really need to focus on that. Please remember that us parents are the primary source to teach our children values, and you are secondary. If you are to teach or add curriculum, it would really be appreciated if you would let us know first so that we can review it as well, so that we can make decisions for our children. To the community, on all sides of all the problems, our children are watching. They go to school with this every day. Let's not create an environment where any student feels threatened or nervous because of our own feelings of what's going on in the world. Let's not bring that toxic environment to them. We need to teach them to be brave, kind, tolerant of all, while still being allowed to stand up for their beliefs. Let's be examples on how to work together to find resolutions. Back again to the board, please listen to all sides and include us parents for all decisions. Truly research any and all curriculum before implementation in any classrooms that could have a negative effect to any of your students, because all decisions from here on out have such an impact to us as a community. Again, we're right at that decision point. Which way are we going to go? Everybody in this room and everybody watching needs to make that decision, and hopefully we can make a decision where we work together instead of fighting for our own argument. Thank you.
Hi. I didn't come prepared to talk, so I don't have a speech written out. My name is Gwen McKinnon, and I am a grandmother and recently a great-grandmother. So I'm highly, highly concerned about what's going on in our community. Having said that, I am raising my 14-year-old granddaughter, and what I am seeing going on in the school scares me. The country that my grandchildren are growing up in is not the country that I grew up in, and I dare say that none of you grew up in. The cover of the Whitney High School yearbook floored me. I challenge that because I'm a patriot and I believe in the Constitution of the United States, and because I am a Christian, that I should be afraid to send my children to school. This is a bunny trail, but there's reasons behind it. So the cover of the Whitney High School yearbook had a lady that I dare say probably wasn't a student. It didn't look to me like this person was a student, holding a sign equating racism with patriotism. But the thing she had on there was a truck. And I know that that sounds really strange, but I drive a truck. And just over the weekend, a congressperson out of Long Island, New York, again equates driving a truck with racism. And everywhere she goes, she has flags. So every now and then I flag up my truck. I do. I'm an old lady. I flag it up. I put up my American flag. I put up my Don't Tread on Me flag. And I put my Blue Lives Matter flag up. And yes, I put my Trump flag up. And I'll go for a drive. And I'll go on one of the rallies. And I'll go down to the Capitol with many, many others. I have watched Black Lives Matter destroy vehicles. I have pictures of it in my social media. Some patriots parked at the Capitol and walked up, and Black Lives Matter, possibly Antifa, came that day and destroyed about 24 Placer County vehicles. Destroyed them. One was a 17-year-old girl's first car. So the Black Lives Matter movement is a very racist, anti-American Marxist movement. If you pulled their mission statement from July of 20, you would see what they are out to do, and that is destroy America. And we in Placer County have to be better than letting America be destroyed for our children and our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren. And equating driving a truck and patriotism with racism is just wrong. And I just really appeal to the board as to why that was allowed to happen, why Turning Point got their logos all removed. This isn't America I grew up in, and we need to turn it around. And it can start here in Placer County. It can start here, it can start in this board, it can start in our schools. But we've got to start somewhere, and we have got to stop the division. And that's what I feel this yearbook did this year. It created huge amount of divisions. Again, for our children, our grandchildren, and our great-grandchildren. It's not about us right now, it's about our future. Thank you.
So I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but here I am. Mike Murray, parent and alumni of Rocklin Unified. I'm going to keep it very quick. There is a problem culturally in this district, and it's not everywhere, but some campuses need a culture change, and the focus has to get back to education. You three and Julie have done a great job of bringing kids back into our district that have left for previous reasons. Don't let people within the district sabotage you. Get the focus back to education, change the culture in specific locations with specific people. The culture has to change. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Are there any written public comments regarding non-agenda items? There are none? Okay. Double check. All right. All right. Thank you for that. 8.1, moving now to our employee organization reports. Jalen Gregory will present the RTPA report to the board.
Good evening. We got an upgrade. Just kidding. Jalen Gregory, speech language pathologist, and I'm here from the bargaining team. I'll be fairly quick. I was told what to say. RTPA membership is excited and grateful to have made it through a tough and ever-changing year. We made it through this pandemic while remaining professional, dedicated, and most importantly, staying safe and healthy. Many thanks go out to all stakeholders, and we want to be sure to acknowledge all the work and effort required by everyone to get through this year. Most of us are already off and enjoying summer break, and we hope to return with some normalcy in the fall. Bargaining, unfortunately, RTPA and our USD have not been able to come to an agreement on the 2020-2021 contract. So that means we were working with an expired contract this last year. RTPA members worked an entire year with an expired contract. In our last bargaining session in May, impasse was declared, and we have applied for a state mediator to step in and help both parties come to an agreement. We're committed and hopeful to coming to an agreement for the 2020-21 school year and moving quickly toward an agreement that will allow us to open 2021-22 under a signed contract, as many of our surrounding districts have been able to do, rather than continuing to work under expired agreements. And we did want to let you know that based on some current communication, that mediation is going to be pushed out until at least the end of July. So we're very, very close to not being able to address that mediation in a timely manner. So, thank you.
And now the CSEA president, Chuck.
Good evening, President Counter, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Stock. Through negotiations, we were able to set forth with the summer school with the time and a half pay to the employees that are classified. So I want to say thank you for that. It's been a hectic year, and some of the employees, other than summer school, is the nutrition department. They're working through another summer again, And I'm sure they're going to be out there in the hot heat, serving out lunches, and I don't know if breakfasts are going to be served, but it was successful last year, and I look forward for it to be successful again. They were able to feed a lot of people, families and their kids and stuff, so I want to say thank you to them. I want to say thank you to all classified staff being involved, cleaning and getting our schools ready for next year, because it is not a normal cleaning. We have classrooms that have been torn apart, and we're trying to get them put back together. So with saying that, there's a lot of things that have been moved around. So, I mean, and some of them are personal items of teachers and stuff, which we're all trying to get back and get them into classrooms. But until we hear back from the governor's speech here, I think in the middle of the month that's going to happen. Whether the COVID standards are going to stand or whether they're going to be let loose a little bit. It kind of holds us custodians back a little bit on being able to set up classrooms accordingly. So we don't know if we have to, if we have to have still the 3 feet between everybody, or if we can set up classrooms the way that they were before COVID hit. So I just want to say thank you once again to all of you. I want to say thank you to the classified staff. And we're working hard to make the schools look beautiful again, so everybody can come back and just be happy that we're here. And summer's here, so we're in it. So thank you guys for being patient and working with us and making these things happen. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chuck. Comment. Okay. All right, so item 9.1, trustees, do you have any board comments that you'd like to share tonight?
I'd like to take a moment to first publicly thank everybody that came tonight to share. I know some of you had to leave, but I'm hoping you're able to rewatch. One of the most painful things to do as a board member is sit here and not be able to respond in the moment. And I want you to know every single thing that was shared tonight. I heard you. I wrote 4.5 pages of notes because I want to make sure that every single question you had and every single thing that you said was heard. A lot of what you shared is some pretty heavy stuff, and I think it demands to be addressed right now in this moment. And so I do have a few notes of a couple things that I did here tonight that I did want to address. One, again, thank you to the students that came. This is not easy. I never went before a board as a student, and so I appreciate you for coming and sharing tonight how you're feeling and how other students are feeling. And I know that we hear you, and we want to make sure that we help you. Couple things, although I cannot comment on personnel issues, I can assure you that a formal UCP investigation, which is a uniform complaint procedure, was conducted with actions given. That includes disciplinary action. I do think it's important that our community knows that there's a formal process for a reason. And when our community is concerned and there's enough concern, that investigation should be brought forward, and it did. And so I thank our cabinet. I think our team that spent countless hours and weeks going through that. I know that was very important to the board, but I want to make sure our community knows that. There's a lot of things you don't get to see behind the scenes, and I want to make sure I communicate that clearly. I know I've talked with some of you in the room. I have zero tolerance for any form of harassment, discrimination, intimidation, or bullying, and I have no hesitation saying that. I feel it's important that our campuses are free from any form of persuasion, and I want to be on record saying that as a board member tonight, because I think it's important that our students hear their board members say that. I joked with some of you, but it's actually not a joke. I keep a copy of the U.S. Constitution. It's a paper copy, a small one, but I keep it in my purse, and I do that for a reason, because I never want to forget what I committed to you, the people, on December 14th when I took an oath. So I keep that and a few other documents in my purse, and that way if I ever forget what to do or what to say, it's really simple. I can go back and reference that document. That's what guides us. I do think in light of the concerns, I have an idea. I took some time the last couple weeks as phone calls and emails came in, and I actually sat down with our superintendent and I asked to pull several board policies and ed codes that we have that they guide us and they direct our district, and I wanted to review them. One, to see, do we have the right policies in place? We actually have some really good policies in place. And as I read through them, I was shocked at how, I shouldn't say shocked, but how phenomenal they really were. And they give very clear instruction and guidance. And so, although I know we make formal pending agenda items and the pending agenda item, I know there's many people here that I hope for you may not have to stay throughout the entire night. And so I will be making President Counter a formal request at the end of the night, but I do want those that are here waiting to hear from the board, hear from me, that I will be asking for there to be a public review of BP 6144. That's our board policy on sensitive topics and how we address those in this district. I've spoken with many parents and teachers that were unaware of that policy, and I think it's important that us as a community look at that together. It's a great policy that was put into place a few years back, and I think it would be beneficial for our community and for us as a whole to revisit that publicly. So I'll make that formal request then, President Counter, if that's okay. Thanks for humoring me in the moment for those that are here in the room. One other thing I did want to ask, because I too was a little shocked. And so I know I'm not new to Rocklin, but I'm new to sometimes some of the behind the scenes. So I did have a question, and I think it's good that we answer it publicly so they hear the answer that I got. When a new elective is created, Superintendent Stock, could you share with the room and those listening, currently, what is the process we have in place regarding how new electives are approved?
Yes, Trustee Setoff, I'll provide that answer, and then also invite Associate Superintendent Marty Flowers to fill in any gaps I may have as well. So the elective course process approval is done at the school site, and it's done because those are elective or optional courses students may choose or not choose to enroll in. And so that comes forth either when a school decides there's a need, for example, like maybe sports medicine or something like that, or there's an interest among students for a course. And so they then create that option, and they work to find staff for the appropriate credentials to teach in the course, and then select supplemental materials that would be for the course. And that's the process for selection of elective courses. Elective courses occur in our secondary schools and not in our elementary schools. And that is the process. Just to kind of add a little bit further, the board does approve all curriculum for required courses, so courses all students take, English, math, that type of PE, those types of things, those do come to the board for approval because all students are compelled to enroll in them. But elective courses are done at the school level, and it's because they are optional for students to choose to enroll or not to choose to enroll in.
Superintendent Stock is exactly correct. I have nothing to add. Because they are elective courses and students do have the opportunity to choose, and we offer a wide variety of elective courses. The one that was mentioned tonight is one that has been considered, but at this point, I do not know exactly where the school is as far as that course, but I'm happy to follow up, and I can provide a board communication at a later time with that.
That would be great, thank you. I would love to know a little bit more about that class and what we're offering and what campuses it'll be offered on, please, thank you. I would like for us to, in light of, I guess, to be candid, or to be frank, I do think that there has been heightened concerns the last year or two from multiple groups in our community, and I think sensitivity on what we're offering and really how we communicate what we're offering, I think is critical. So I'd like us to look at moving forward when we adopt new courses, if they're not brought to the board, that we either do bring them to the board so we're aware, and/or if we're going to be adopting, even if it's just an elective, an awareness to the community and clear communication as to exactly what that class is and what curriculum, so parents can preview it ahead of time before their students make that choice for that class. Thank you.
Trustee staff, we'll be happy to provide the board with information on what electives are offered at each school, also what the process for communicating to students at the school and their families, as well as what courses are offered, because they do vary year to year depending on interest, depending on the numbers of them. And then, so that is a follow-up piece I heard. Then I also, so we'll be happy to provide that information.
Thank you.
I'm going to start with something light. It was fantastic to be at all of the graduations this week, and almost all of us were in attendance, for sure at all of the secondary and the middle school graduations, and to see the students so excited to be there and to feel a sense of normalcy and in our celebration was so amazing. I personally felt it as a parent of a senior. It felt so good to be there in person together. And to hear the student speeches, I was so impressed with the students' perspective, and to hear of their resiliency and their experience in Rocklin Unified. It really has been a great week. For sure, the highlight was being at those graduations and celebrating with the families, and so proud of our students and so excited for the amazing places they are headed and what they're headed to do. So that was really awesome. I will just want to give a few thoughts. I too hear you tonight. I read your emails. I've talked to a lot of people on the phone, and I'm concerned. I'm frustrated, I'm disappointed, and honestly, it's weighed really heavily on my heart. I stand for free expression from all students. I do not stand for censoring anyone, especially children, and I support the community in expressing this concern. I feel heartbroken to hear words like scared, embarrassed, hated, and afraid from anyone. I want all of our students to feel and be safe. Liberal, conservative, gay, straight, all ethnicities, backgrounds, and religions, everyone. I've said this at several board meetings and will continue. I call for our staff to lead by example. Some of the policies that we reviewed as a board included words like fair and supportive and professional. And as adults in this district, we lead by example. And I have seen positive cases of that, and I still want to see that we teach kids how to treat each other and how to be kind and tolerant. If there are kids who don't feel safe, we are committed to make the necessary changes. All 5 of us are invested in this, all 5 of us, and we really have an opportunity as a district and as a community to make some positive changes. That is all I'm going to say about that, but I will just remind you that I'm committed to this, and it is on my radar and on my heart. Superintendent Stock, there were a few questions and comments, and would you please address how is curriculum available for parents? What is the access for that?
Right. And again, I'm going to start and invite either the associate superintendents of elementary and secondary ed and other staff available to fill in any gaps. So one of the pieces is that we are happy to provide any parent access to curriculum that's been board approved for them to review. They can either ask at their school or through the district office. We'll make it available for people to review.
So what if it hasn't been board approved? Like what if it's for an elective class?
We also are happy to work with parents to make sure they can view that as well. And that's very much happy to do so. We also have some of our curriculum pieces, especially board approved pieces, on our website. For example, our social studies curriculum is on our website to make it easy for families to look at and anytime they want. And so we have those pieces there as well. And many of as we adopt new curriculums, like in our math that we have, English Language Arts, is available online for parents and others to see as well. And so we are happy to make curriculum available for people to review. And before the board adopts any new curriculum, there is by law required a full public hearing regarding and bringing forward that so the community's aware, the board's aware, and that is done prior. Then once it's brought forward for and there's also a public viewing that's required by law under Ed Code for the community to review the curriculum, comment on that, and we also put public notices about that out as well. So there's a very strict education code that follows the adoption of board-approved curriculum that does include public comment, public viewing, so that they're fully aware and can provide input to the board prior to their adoption. Also, within that Ed Code, it does state and require that teachers have a opportunity to provide input to the board related to the curriculum that they'll be asked to teach as well. So there's a full process that's available for the community and for the board to have a variety of perspectives and input. And that's, laid out. And we've followed that when we've done the recent board adoptions under social science, under health ed, are the two most recent big adoptions. Also with science, we adopted some science curriculum in middle school that we recently went through that process with.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify because I've been part of some of that process, but that is literally only for the board-approved required classes. That isn't for elective classes. Not that that's our decision, that's a state decision.
Correct. Those are the requirements the state puts in, and we follow those very much so. The other curriculums are considered those supplemental curriculums because those elective courses are considered supplemental. And so those those are at the school level. But again, we're happy to make sure any curriculum used is available for parents to take a look at, and so that they're aware of that. And that's, we want to be as transparent as we possibly can be
Okay.
regarding that.
I know I'm getting to the nitty-gritty. Do you want parents to call the district office or their school site?
If it's an elective course, the best place to start is at the school site.
Okay.
To work through that. And then we're always happy in our education services department to either field calls, redirect where it's appropriate. And so, in contact information for that's on our website, at our schools, and the district office as well.
Thank you.
Superintendent Stock, could a board adopt a policy that all new courses receive board approval?
Yes, it is within the board's preview that they could adopt a policy that requires all courses to come to the board for approval. That is allowed.
Courses or curriculum?
Typically, you would look at courses, and then you would look at curriculum that goes with a course, and those would typically be looked at together because the schools don't go out and look at a supplemental curriculum unless there's a course tied to it. So typically those go hand in hand, and there are times when it's a long-standing elective, say we can pick out something like, say, computer science, been there for a decade, that they may adopt new materials, or bring in new materials that, but the course is not there. So the board could, if it wanted to, look at a policy that would require those to come forward. And so that is within the board's legal purview to do so.
Thank you.
Thanks. I just want to add my voice as well, and I do deeply appreciate this conversation. This is a critical conversation at a critical time, and I appreciate people's willingness to come and let us know how they're feeling. I too have read a lot of emails on this and had a lot of conversations, and so appreciate it. I do want to say that this current conversation spurred out of a weaker equity conversation that we're having across the district and Whitney High School in particular in this moment. And so it's important to me to be clear from my perspective that while I could not agree more that no one in our campuses should ever feel like their voice can't be heard, that they can't say their truth, they can't say what they believe to be true, they certainly should be able to stand up for their political beliefs and what the American flag and what they believe to be true, full stop. I will also add, however, that the inclusive conversation is coming as a time because we know all of our kids do not feel included in our schools. Not because we heard it, we know it from data. We know we are not serving all kids in our schools. We are not. Academically, we are not serving all of our kids the same in our schools. We have survey data from Healthy Kids Survey saying kids of color, kids in poverty, kids who speak English language, do not feel as comfortable in our schools as other kids. They're more likely to contemplate suicide than other kids in our school. We know this to be a fact. We know to be a fact our discipline data is disproportionate. Given we know this to be a fact, the notion that we would say, let's just go back to before the equity work, when everything was good, everything wasn't good. We're not serving all of our students equally. And we cannot make changes by saying you cannot have a conservative point of view, or you cannot wear an American flag, or you can't stand for what you believe in. Both have to be true, but it also has to be true that we have to continue to engage in making sure that every child is equally served in our schools, because that's not the current case, and we have work to do to make sure it is. Thank you.
So, again, thank you, families, students, those of you still here watching at home. It's the best to hear from you. Thank you for coming up and speaking. I know it's not easy to come up here and come down and have the conversation, but thank you very much. Rochelle, and I guess also speaking for myself and yourself, who had seniors that graduated in 2020 and had the limited graduation experience, I will say I got caught up in the moment, definitely at Rocklin and definitely at Whitney, from all the stuff that the school and the school district and the kids have had to overcome, and seeing kids in gear, walking across the stage, in person, at the end, throwing hats and all that stuff. It was truly amazing. So I just commend the district and all the work that we got to that was included to get there, and I think it was just a great cap of the year to see that. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I have a few questions, and I guess maybe it's Tony or maybe it's Roger. So just talking about, there were some comments made about impasse and meeting at the end of July. Just to help me, because I'm not involved in all of them, how many days do we meet during the year approximately to get to discuss contracts and get to that point? On average, I mean, do we have do we meet 10 days, 20 days, 30 days, 50 days throughout the year, or? Sorry.
I'm going to give my best estimate. I think
Thank you. It's just an estimate.
I mean, we have a regular scheduled monthly meeting that we always establish every year, but I think we had 30 dates this year. I think it's fair, 30 to 40 dates this year.
Okay. Thank you. And then as far as how to get to that schedule and whatever, are we coordinating a lot of people's schedules or a few people's schedules? How do we, just process-wise?
Without our legal counsel is a key member of our team. She's unavailable till after July 15th.
Thank you on that. And going back to the community, thank you for the feedback. I think all the different emails, conversations, texts, phone calls, meetings at schools, meeting with parents, meeting at different points. We know that there's a challenge. We know that, I think somebody came up and said it, I think it was Sylvia that came up and said we're at the crossroads, and I agree with that. I think I'll speak for the board, I'll speak for a lot of us. From a leadership standpoint, I think we have a general expectation that we don't want to go down the point of always being legal, of always being this is what you have to say and have to do. So I think just from a general expectation as far as what kids can and can't expect, what teachers can and can't expect, the road's pretty wide. We have a lot of trust in our educators and in our kids and in our community to manage those things. If you think about it as a parent having kids growing up, that road's pretty narrow when they're young, right? Do this specifically, make your bed, cross it off the list, check this off. Did you walk the dog? Did you clean up your bathroom? Very, very specific. As kids grow, as we all grow, we mature, we have more education, trust is developed, that road, that lane gets pretty wide. And we hope that that's the same way all the way across the district, that we trust you to do the right things. We trust folks to make good decisions. We know that things can sway one way or the other. Sometimes, again, in the car, you don't drive perfectly down the center, you sway a little. I hope that we have good trust. I know that we know what's right, we know what's ethical, we know what's moral to do. And I think, as educators, as parents, as kids, we truly care about you, and I want to keep that lane real wide in my analogy. I don't want to get to the point where everything is contractual. You must do this, you must say this, you must not do this, you must not go down this direction. I hope that we can have this conversation coming forward. We can go through what good looks like, and we can create good expectations across the board and from both sides. Hey, as an educator, I trust you to do this. I need you to do that. As kids, as parents, I trust you're going to do this and you're going to go that way. And we don't have to get down to a point where it's very specific, because education is going to require people to see different things and see different points and different contexts all the time. And we don't want kids to just memorize. We want kids to think. We want them to be critical thinkers. We want them to expand on different points at different times in their life. And that's part of that Rocklin education that that we're trying to get these kids. And we don't want them to be a mockingbird for one or two things. We want them to have those compound thoughts and think differently, and think in different directions at different times. So I hope, I think that's the expectation. Again, don't want to be in every meeting, don't want to have to, like, quote unquote, manage it. We have good people. They think well, they do well. Let's just get let's get back in the right lane and move forward and get back to a point where, I think as one of the, I think you said it, when I come to Whitney, I bleed maroon and gold and it's all W. When I go to Rocklin High School, it's all blue and silver and I got a thunder lightning bolt, shaved in the back of my head type thing. That's like, the goal is to get to that and stay there. So thank you. That. Superintendent Stock, your comments?
Yes, just as you shared, my favorite day in the school year, except for the start of the year, is the graduations and promotions. And just phenomenal events, just a joy. Congratulations, Trustee Price, and your son, Andrew, graduating and heading off to BYU in just next week, I think. And so just, really appreciate everyone that navigated that, because they weren't just normal ceremonies. They were COVID ceremonies, which meant all the regulations and all the protocols, and just they were wonderful. So just deeply appreciative. I'm thrilled not to make a COVID report tonight. I know everybody else is too in the room, but however, we will work to try to update the board next Thursday around the updated guidance that we may or may not receive from the state next week. Also wanted to just clarify, we've had a few questions. That Senate Bill 328, which was signed by Governor Newsom, requires all high schools and middle schools to start later, but that does not go into effect till 2022. So we are not implementing that bill till 2022. So not this year. Bell schedules and our secondary schools stay the same. But for folks that were wondering, what does that bill do? It means that middle schools may not start any earlier than 8 o'clock, and high schools may not start any earlier than 8:30 for their regular days. So that means students will get to really sleep in starting in 2022, and we'll be working with our community to make sure they're fully aware of those changes, because we know families will have to navigate a lot of logistics with that. And then a few other, just a couple pieces, is we finished out last week the school year. We are starting summer school Monday. And so just amazing work, and I cannot thank our colleagues after the most exhausting 16 months since COVID hit to then step up and want to work with our kids who need that support. And right up now, we have approximately 260 students in our high school credit recovery and our extended school year. We have 25 middle school students getting some additional math support with a pilot program. We have in our extended school year for elementary, 80 students, and we have 220 elementary school students in our targeted groups, our foster youth, our homeless, our students in poverty, getting additional support this summer. And we have 60 kindergarten and TK students who've never been on a public school campus, getting some additional support and how to transition through. So just a tremendous amount of work from our special educators to keep making sure extended school year goes for those students and our other students. But I'm just impressed not only by our kids and families coming out, but our staff of coming out to make that possible. So I'm very excited to report that to the board as well.
Right. So moving on to our 10.1, sorry. All matters listed under the consent calendar are to be considered routine and will be enacted by one motion followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussions of the items unless a Board of Trustees, audience, or staff requests items be removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion and actions. Any agenda item removed will be voted upon following the motion to approve the consent calendar. Do any board members wish to remove an item from the consent agenda for separate discussion and action? All right.
I move the consent calendar.
All right. Moved by Rick.
Second.
Second by Rochelle. Brenda, will you please call the roll?
Rick Miller,
Yes.
Rochelle Price,
Yes.
Tiffany Sathoff,
Yes.
Derek Counter.
Yes. Motion passes. Now on to item 11.1, action on AB 1200, bargaining disclosure for one-time off-schedule payment to CSEA non-represented confidential and management employees for the 2020-2021 year. Barbara Patterson, Deputy Superintendent of Business and Operations.
Good evening, President Counter, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Stock. In compliance with AB 1200, public disclosure of the cost of collective bargaining arrangements must be made prior to the ratification of the agreements by the Board of Trustees. In the board packet is the AB 1200 document, which has been submitted to and reviewed by the Placer County Office of Education. It discloses the cost for a one-time off-salary schedule payment of $2,000 prorated on the full-time equivalent of each eligible contracted employee of the following employee groups: CSEA, non-represented, confidential, and management. The projected cost is $991,000, and these payments are funded with one-time state funds out of the general fund.
Are there any board comments or questions? All right, are there any public comments from the audience? Are there any written public comments? Seeing none, all right. Is there a motion to approve AB 1200 bargaining disclosure for the one-time off-schedule payment to CSEA, non-representative, confidential, and management employees for the 2020-2021 year?
I'm going to move this, but I actually do have a comment. I changed my mind.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to say this is fantastic, and I'm really proud of the hard work that these people have done during a really challenging year, and I'm happy that we have the finances to give $2,000. So I make a motion to approve this.
I'll second the motion and statement.
All right.
Ditto, you beat me.
You can triple it.
All right.
Triple.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, no abstentions. Motion passes. Now, item 11.2, action on memorandum of understanding with California School Employees Association. Tony Limoges, assistant.
I can't start talking until you introduce me. I'm sorry. It's just a rule. So as the board is well aware, this is a long time and coming. We've been talking about this the last few board meetings, but tonight I'm honored to present to you the district and the California School Employees Association, CSEA, entered into a memorandum of understanding on May 11, 2021. Through the negotiations process, CSEA has agreed to a one-time off-schedule increase offset of $2,000 per active employee, active as of March 1st, 2021, prorated based upon FTE, which is determined on their hours. So what I'm asking, recommending to the board is recommending action to have a motion to take action on the memorandum of understanding with California School Employees Association.
I motion.
Second.
I do have a comment. I actually want to build off of, it's okay, you actually can do it after we're good. But I want to build off what Rochelle said earlier, is that I do think it's worth, in all three of these, stepping back and also saying why we're doing this. And this was a ridiculously difficult year. I mean, all the 4 changes, all the 6 changes for staff, all the different things that happened, the guidance changing nonstop, what our classified employees had to do, the changing, trying to keep our course, trying to keep everything clean, sanitized. It was tremendous amount of stress, tremendous amount of additional effort, and tremendous amount of work. And so believe me, I think I speak for them, we wish we could do more. We wish we could do it, but we certainly, at a minimum, are glad to do this minimum to thank them for incredible work during an incredible, challenging year.
Are there any public comments? Real quick. Do you have any written public comment? All right, seeing none. So you started the motion and was seconded. Excellent. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Now, item 11.3, action on classified non-represented one-time off-schedule payment to match agreements with other bargaining groups. Again, Mr. Limoges.
Yeah, and so I'm transitioning this to our non-represented employees just for the sake of process. It isn't a direct negotiation process. It is basically an email that we based upon the settlement that we have with classified employees. The district and confidential employees entered into a memorandum of understanding on May 21st, 2021. Parties agreed to a one-time off-schedule increase offset of $2,000 to be provided to every confidential employee active as of March 1st, 2021, prorated by FTE, which again is based upon hours. We are extending this one-time off-schedule payment to non-represented employees as has always been the practice within the district. And so again, I'm recommending a motion to take action on classified non-represented one-time off-schedule payment to match agreements with other bargaining groups.
Any questions?
I'll jump in a comment on this one since to add to the other great comments already made. I love that we're able to do this because everybody showed up at every change, at every turn. And so I'm happy to be able to celebrate and thank and appreciate everyone. Thank you.
So moved.
Second. All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? All right, motion passes. Now moving to item 11.4.
So both 11.4 and 11.5, 11.4, which I'm sharing with you now as confidential employees, they're deemed what is called as consult groups. So I sit down, even though there is no direct negotiations, I sit down with two members that represent their body and we go over the process of that. So I just want to delineate the difference between the different groups. The District and Rocklin Confidential Employees Association entered into a memorandum of understanding on May 14th, 2021. Through the negotiations process, which is partially, it's actually a consult process, parties agreed to a one-time off-schedule increase offset of $2,000 to be provided to every confidential employee active as of March 1st, 2021, prorated by FTE. This evening, again, I'm asking for a recommended motion to take action on the memorandum of understanding with Rocklin Confidential Employees Association.
Look for comments, but again, and we'll just keep the theme going.
You're
And
running out of
Rick,
people to
it was just,
comment.
it's amazing to do. I love the fact that we were able to pull this off, make it happen. And again, thank you for all the changes, all the constant work, the back and forth. It's amazing. So again, great that we were able to do this $2,000. Do we have any public comments? Any written comments? All right. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second by Rick. Excellent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. 11.5.
Another group that is of the consult negotiation process is RAPA, which is our Rocklin Association Administrators of Professional Association. Easy for me to say. We entered into a memorandum of understanding on May 17th, 2021 through the negotiations process. RAPA has agreed to a one-time off-schedule increase offset of $2,000 to be provided to every RAPA member active as of March 1st, 2021, prorated by FTE. This agreement would also apply to all non-RAPA district management as well, and that excludes the superintendent. As you're well aware, he directly negotiates his contract and contingencies with the board. So I'm asking for a recommended motion to take action on the memorandum of understanding with Rocklin Administrators Professional Association and other district management.
Any public comments? Any written board comments?
Well deserved. So moved.
All right.
Second.
Second by Rick. All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you, Tony. All right. Now, item 11.6, public hearing for RUSD 2021 to 2024 Local Control and Accountability Plan. Hannah Anderson, Director of Innovation School Programs and Accountability.
All right, I'm going to need maybe a staff help. The screen isn't set up for us this evening.
Just as a kind of a technical note,
Okay.
our projector and screen is out of service here. Ryan Johnson, our technology services chief, is working to get that replaced and up and going. So we have the one screen, but it is still visible to our viewers streaming. They're able to see the presentation as well.
No problem. Wonderful. Okay. Good evening, President Counter, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Stock, I am excited to share with you tonight our RUSD 2021 through 24 Local Control and Accountability Plan. Tonight will be the fourth time sharing information with trustees contained in the LCAP, along with various other memorandum. I want to take a moment and just appreciate the board's commitment and involvement in this work, and just take a moment to say thank you to you all. As a result, I will present an abbreviated public hearing this evening because you have had this information over the course of the last 6 months. During this presentation, we'll provide an overview of the stakeholder input as well as overarching themes that emerged during the stakeholder engagement process. We will review the 21 through 24 Local Control and Accountability Plan, including a summary of the budget, a summary of our annual update, a look at our local indicators, which will be published in the fall, and then take you into our actions and services, followed by our increased and improved services for our unduplicated students, and end with next steps. Over the last 6 months, we have gathered valuable stakeholder input from a variety of different groups in the district. This comes in the form of surveys as well as multiple student forums and panels. You all engaged in this process as well with your district parent budget meetings in January. We've had numerous LCAP stakeholder advisory committees, including a staff advisory committee, which includes our labor partners, a parent guardian advisory committee, and our district leadership team. We have also had district advisory committees that represent these unduplicated students in an effort to increase their involvement in this process, which included our district English language advisory committee, our foster and homeless youth advisory committee, and our equity and inclusivity advisory committee. Steering committee, I apologize. We also have consulted with our SELPA, and you have all been involved in this process. Over the course of the last 6 months, 5 themes became very clear through this process, and they're interwoven in the LCAP. The first 3 themes are directly written into the first 2 goals, and the fourth and fifth theme are interwoven within the other goal areas. I want to take a moment and just quickly highlight some of the pieces that stakeholders shared with us. Related to mathematics achievement and growth, stakeholders recognized the comparatively high results of students in Rocklin Unified, while also identifying persistent needs in this area related to lack of growth and gaps between our all-student group and our all students and our student groups, which included our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, our students experiencing homelessness, African American and Hispanic students, and students with disabilities. Stakeholders made recommendations to have a full understanding of these performance gaps prior to moving to full-scale solutions. So as you know, we will be engaging in a process using the tools of improvement science in the fall, and I'll get into that a little bit more in a minute. In the area of social-emotional supports and services, stakeholders included a consistent reference to communicating the available resources to students and families, and a robust referral system to ensure that students receive the services they need. So the feedback received from groups identified the need for instruction for all students in social-emotional skills, the need for interventions for students requiring extra help, and the need for access to mental health professionals. In the area of behavior supports and services, the focus was on teaching behavior skills and the tools. That was highlighted by all of the stakeholder groups. This included restorative practices and trauma-informed approaches, as well as continuing to build upon our positive behavior intervention supports framework and communicating with families so skills can be reinforced outside of the school and in the home. In the area, the fourth overarching theme that came throughout this stakeholder process was a focus and cohesion through clear communication, capacity building, and accountability to making progress and evaluating results of interventions. So this came in 3 ways. Where the stakeholders were interested in increased communication to families and staff about district programs, and we have address that in various areas of the LCAP, and one of those is in Appendix 2, which are those communication tools that we'll be leaning into in the next year. The second way this came about in the stakeholder groups was was having focused staff professional development to ensure programs are implemented with fidelity, and making sure to track fidelity so we weren't moving away from programs without ensuring that they were implemented in their fullest, and just saying they weren't working. And then the third area was that accountability to making progress and evaluating results of interventions. And this came about in that we need to be measuring our district programs, measuring their effectiveness, and assessing student growth and learning. And then in the last area, equity and inclusivity actions to address achievement and wellness gaps. Just briefly, the stakeholder input identified the need to address learning gaps, disproportionate suspension rates, and gaps in students' experience in school. So all of those themes are interwoven in the LCAP and highlighted in that stakeholder engagement section at the beginning. The first 3 pages, actually, of our 3-year LCAP are a budget summary. It's an overview for parents, a clear communication tool to highlight how we spend our money in the district. So, well, and I guess I should say it is a template we are provided by the state that is intended to be the clearest communication tool to provide this information to families. And what you see in that is that we have had a slight increase in supplemental revenue. We have $4.3 million of supplemental funds. So those are those funds for our unduplicated students. And we have allocated or have budgeted expenditures for those funds in the 3 goal areas, as you can see here. We actually have included almost $130 million in our LCAP for next school year. And so we have made an effort, I shared this with you on May 19th, to include as many of the district funds as possible to increase transparency around our spending. And so other funding sources that are included are our LCFF base, our CTE grant, our federal categorical programs, as well as all of our state and federal COVID funds received to date. The next portion of the LCAP is actually 2 separate items. It is our 2019-20 annual update on the LCAP. It is also the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan annual update. So all of the actions within both of those plans were evaluated, and expenditures were reported in this update. We also were able to identify through data collected within those actions to continue certain actions. So the actions you see on this slide are included in the next 3-year plan. Many of them in that goal 3, that maintenance goal that we've discussed, and some of them interwoven in the other 2 goals. There has been an additional change in the past. We have brought to you these local indicators in the fall. Local indicators actually are released on the California State Dashboard in December each year, and they're released alongside the state indicators. Prior to COVID, a change was made where we would actually bring these local indicators at the same time as we brought the LCAP. And so our local indicators cover 5 areas listed here. And in the local indicators, districts write their own narratives and use state-provided tools to evaluate ourselves. And the local indicator metrics are interwoven with the LCAP. So it does make sense to bring them at this time. They are a separate document. However, every metric that is included in the local indicators is also included and used to evaluate our 3-year plan with stakeholders. The local indicators must now be presented to you alongside the LCAP, and they are included for your review as Attachment A, as well as an executive summary to be clear about what's in that 14-page document is provided for you. So, the 3-year LCAP. We have 3 goals, as trustees are aware. The first is in that area of math, and that goal, as we know, is a process goal directed at increasing math achievement. We have begun, actually, our math improvement journey, and we will be back to share with you a revised goal. I'll talk about that later, but a revised goal prior to the end of the 2021 year. Okay, so we'll be back by December. Goal 2 is that area of social, emotional, and behavior supports, and goal 3 is to maintain, monitor, and enhance existing district programs. And that enhance piece is to say there are some new actions there that we do want to increase. For example, that the parent liaisons for our English learner families, that's included in Goal 3 because our services for English learners are included there. However, that isn't something we're just maintaining. That's a piece we're enhancing. We're trying to use our translators in an enhanced way. Okay. The next two slides share with you how all of the services in the LCAP are funded with supplemental funds. So not all the $130 million that's included in the LCAP itself, but this just identifies those supplemental funds and how they are line item to each goal area. I'll move through these. The increased and improved services was spoken about on March 19th in more length. Just wanted to highlight here, all of the services in our LCAP are intended to, many of the actions and all of them with supplemental funds are intended to increase and improve services. These actions are targeted specifically towards unduplicated students. They are inclusive of the new targeted tutoring that will be available, and specific outreach will be going to families of foster youth, English learners, and homeless youth. We also will have linguistic-based math professional development targeted to support our English learners. However, we also anticipate that it'll have an impact on our students with disabilities as well. We will be engaging our English learner cohort teachers, so those teachers who have a group of English learner students in their class, they will receive targeted professional development, targeted data talks to speak specifically student by student about the kids in their class and what their English language development levels are and how to best meet their needs. We will also be having family liaison, case management through social workers, priority access, and really that is targeted access, targeted outreach, and bringing in families into our, bringing in unduplicated students into our learning recovery programs, those intervention programs that we have certificated staff and instructional aides supporting. This also includes our summer school, our credit recovery, and our interventions that happen on each campus. Priority access to our counselors in grades 7 through 12 for unduplicated students. And lastly, priority access to our technology loan program. Any student who needs a device and needs a hotspot can get one. And we also targeted, stakeholders told us in our homeless and advisory stakeholder meetings that they needed more than just the hotspot and the Chromebook. Sometimes they might need access to a different type of charger. Sometimes they might need access, or they want to have a different type of case for a certain type of need. And so a little bit of funds were designed or designated there, so it's not obvious you're carrying the black case and you have a tech loan program device. Okay. And next steps, we will be responding to stakeholder feedback. We will be presenting the 2021-24 LCAP with the budget for board approval next Thursday evening, and then submit it to Placer County Office of Education. They have done a preliminary review and are pleased with what they're seeing so far. We will be communicating our approved plan with our RUSD families and staff. That is a priority of ours. We'll continue to implement and monitor outcome data to determine the impact of the actions, those that we're continuing and those that are new. And lastly, as you know, we will revise Goal 1, including new actions and metrics, and bring it for your review by December 31st, 2021, and it'll be in next year's LCAP for approval. At this time, I am available for questions, and also staff recommends a motion to hold a public hearing regarding the draft 21-24 RUSD LCAP and authorize staff to make necessary technical corrections that do not change the intent or represent a substantial change to the program content. Thank you.
I'll move that motion, and then we can still talk, but if you want to move that, because you want to second it, then we'll at least have it on the table. Somebody. Yeah.
Actually, the action is the public
Open
hearing.
up the public hearing, exactly. That's all I'm saying, is then we can open, then we can talk, right?
Second. Sorry, I didn't know.
Yeah, no, all good, all good. Yeah. You gavel it, baby. Come on now.
Any
gavel it.
public comment?
Open up the public hearing. There you go.
The most fun part.
you have any board comments or questions?
I do. Sorry, Tiffany, did you want to go? It's a comment, not a question. Thank you. So first of all, needless to say, I love slide 11. You knew I was going to. Slide 11, the notion of really highlighting what our improved service, our increased services for our unduplicated students. I do want to say, as you know, this isn't just the morally right thing to do. They generate more money for this. That we get more money for them for these services. And I think the example you just gave, when you're focused on using the money who was intended for those kids, it allows you to recognize that the plugs are not working and we need to get more. And so that extra help is part of why we get extra money specifically to do that. So I deeply appreciate this. This work. I also want to thank the superintendent and you for, last conversation we had about budget, and I think we've done a great job moving forward of doing the budget to ensure that we are using supplemental dollars for the kids it was intended for. I think we always have farther to do, we always do better, but it's better than it was last meeting, and I deeply appreciate that movement. And so I want to thank you for that and thank the superintendent. The final thing I want to say is that this is great, and really in the sense that, like, I think about the LCAPs when I first came, or before I was on the board. It feels like we're making great progress in terms of general understanding. We're much less gobbledygook and more clear. We always have more work to do, but I know, like, we have 3 really good goals. The board has 3 goals. Some of the goals overlap, some do not. So thinking coherently as an organization, what are our goals, and then what are the metrics behind it? And so, I love the work that you're doing around learning loss with PACE and this notion of a learning question of what are we trying to learn, and then how are we going to know if we do it, thinking of those same strategies around the LCAP. So again, we don't use this compliance document, but we use it to make ourselves better, which I think we're poised to do, and you've done a great job bringing us so much closer. So thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Again, thank you. Appreciate the work. Love the fact that we have strategic goals, LCAP goals, and they're aligned, and we're not doing something because the state requires us to check a box and put a metric down. So that is the intent. That's a great strategy to have. I guess now that it's open and we have this, do we have any public comment from the audience tonight about the LCAP? All right. Do we have any written comments? Seeing none. Right. So I now. I now close the public hearing. Sure, close the gavel. All right. Now, item 11.7, public hearing for the 2021-22 district budget annual certifications for workers' compensation claims. Barbara Patterson, Deputy Superintendent, Business and Operations. Do I gavel and then say I now open, or do you?
Good evening again. It is my pleasure this evening to present you the district's proposed budget for fiscal year 21-22. This presentation is also required for the public hearing for the 2021-22 budget, and this slide lists the topics we will be covering this evening. I won't read them to you. Budget development and public reporting actions by the board follow a specific cycle. This is required by law. As you can see in the arrow over the month of June, we are currently in the process of holding public hearings and adopting the local control accountability plan and the adopted budget for 21-22. The State Assembly and Senate announced agreement on a joint budget plan on June 3rd that has many different uses and levels from the governor's May revise that we reviewed in last month. Most of the proposed changes in the legislature's joint budget plan appear to provide additional funding for the district, so that's very exciting news. I've only listed the significant different programs and funding levels that would impact the district here tonight. There were many other areas that the governor and legislature will need to come to agreement on by June 15th. Just to talk about a few of these, paying down the deferrals and increasing the deposit to the K-14 Education Rainy Day Fund will be a benefit to K-14 education in the next economic downturn, as this will basically be the state paying their credit card debt off to us, and also increasing reserves to minimize cuts to our budgets in future hard economic times. And then the other point I wanted to point out, because this could be significant, the last item, the proposed change by the legislature in the local control funding formula could provide approximately $700,000 more in additional supplemental revenue if that is implemented. The proposed increases in funding for special education would help offset the growing costs of the special education program. These include increasing the base rate, adding preschool funding, and establishing a one-time special ed learning recovery matching grants. Even though the legislature is proposing $40 million less than the governor for special ed preschool funding, it would still be new funding over this year for the district. Most important is that both the proposed increase in the base rate and preschool funding are ongoing funding sources. They're not one time. We currently receive the CTIG funding, and so hopefully this additional funding that the legislature is proposing would increase our grant amount. On this page, significantly, the legislature listened to the educational community and is proposing to reduce the state unemployment insurance rate, which would save the district about $565,000 this year and next year. And also, the legislature is proposing to continue to help address the rising pension rates through 2024-25. So hopefully, many of the legislature's joint budget plan ideas will find its way into the final state adopted budget later this month. The proposed budget I'm presenting tonight was based on the latest information we had available, which is basically the governor's May revised proposal. In summary, the spending plan addresses the following needs: goals and actions that were previously reviewed in the local control and accountability presentation tonight, annual mandatory salary and benefit increases, insurance premium and utility cost increases, routine restricted maintenance contribution, and adjusting for one-time revenues and expenditures. As we presented last month, the governor increased the main state funding formula cost of living adjustment above the statutory COLA to 5.07%. And with the hold harmless provision, the district will again be funded at the 2019-20 ADA level, adding $5.4 million in new revenue, of which $240,000 is new supplemental funding. Projected lottery funding is at the same level as this year, and then the mandatory block grant is increased by the statutory 1.7% COLA, but if the legislature's funding plan gets adopted, that would go up to 4.5% COLA. We do budget a contra, if you will, of vacancy savings for positions because not every position is filled for the entire year. And so we estimate that the vacancy savings will be about $400,000. And then the only change in staffing levels is that at 7th and 8th grade to 34-1. The estimated step and column costs net of retirement savings is approximately $1.2 million. Utility increases of about 14% due to rate increases as well as running our HVAC systems longer, that hour and a half every day, is about $476,000. The pension costs, both the rate increases for PERS and STIRS, cumulatively is $1.69 million. We're still waiting to find out what our property liability and cyber insurance premiums are. We should know that by the end of this month, but we have in the proposed budget estimated $645,000 from preliminary data from our JPA Schools Insurance Group. I'm hoping that will be less. And then the one-time funding expenditures are included for the remaining portions of the state in-person instruction grant, the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant, and the federal ESSER II grant. Just a reminder that our budget for student and staff technology replacement is now only $100,000, down from the previous level of $800,000. We're budgeting an increase in textbook purchases, mostly for world language and remaining science adoptions. And then the special education program increase over estimated actual due to program growth, step and column, and mandatory benefit rate increases, as well as filling vacant positions we were unable to fill this year. So what's not included in the budget? ESSER III funding. Although the federal government passed the American Rescue Plan March 11th, we just got information yesterday on how to submit the safety plan and the expenditure plan and the assurances. So we will be bringing a proposed expenditure plan to the board later this summer. We're expecting approximately $4.7 million from ESSER III funding. Also, the impact of the increase in special education funding, the COLA, the base grant, preschool funding, none of that is included, and we will include that as soon as that comes through the SELPA funding model once approved. And so all of those other governors' proposed new programs, legislatures' proposed new programs are not included in this budget, and we will bring those, if they come to fruition, back to the board.
Can I ask a question on that ESSER III? It says minimum of 20% must be spent on learning loss. Any other restrictions on the 80%?
Yes, there are lots of assurances
Of course.
that we have to sign. It has to be spent in accordance with ESEA, which is a federal guideline, the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. It could be spent in accordance with IDEA. There's about 4 pages of assurances that we have to sign that we will spend it in accordance with.
Oh, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Declining enrollment. So, as you know, enrollment drives ADA, and ADA drives state funding. So the district is projected to receive about $9,800 per ADA in 2022-23. And the reason I'm talking about that year instead of this upcoming budget year is that is the year that the hold harmless goes away. And so normally, or logically, you'd think if there's a decline of 766 students, our ADA would go down and our funding would go down. But instead, the state has a provision to allow the district to be funded at the 1920 ADA level, again in 21-22. But in 22-23, we will be funded at the higher of the 21-22 level or the 22-23 level. And so this graph just kind of shows you how the different ADA versus funding levels will affect our budget in the out years. This graph reflects our projected growth of 235 in 21-22, and then the minimal growth of 25 in the 2 out years. And so in those future years, every loss of 100 students is approximately $568,000 in lost funding. This graph shows you where our projected enrollment is for 21-22. That's about 11,615. That's excluding the county and non-public school programs. And then where our current year enrollment was and then where we're at currently enrolled for next year. So we're tracking that weekly, and we're about 286 short of our projection. In the last 2 years, we've enrolled 240 and 241 during summer enrollment, and that's through July. But as you know, we've got lots of development in our district right now, and so we still believe that the 286 student increase that we're short as of now is attainable. So we'll be watching that weekly.
So, ask a quick question. So, because we didn't have a financial impact to the loss of enrollment, our funding next year will look normal. And then so it looks like we have more funds available, but they're not ongoing. So they're really one-time funding.
Correct.
And then the state trues us up, and that's the ongoing funding. So that loss in the millions of dollars, even if we hit our budget number, is the ongoing hit, if you will.
Yes, unless we get the enrollment growth back up to
So
the
in a sense, we
1920
kind of
level.
have an artificial boost next year that doesn't last.
Correct.
Okay.
So this slide is familiar to you. It's our summary multi-year projection included with the proposed budget. The first column projects the district's combined general fund for the end of the current year, our estimated actuals. And the second column is a proposed adopted budget for 2021-22. As shown in the second column, the estimated reserve is projected to be 17.78% at the end of 21-22 based on all of these current assumptions. And one important comment that I need to cover this evening is that the projected reserve for economic uncertainties is obviously greater than the state minimum of 3%. As we've discussed before, adequate reserves are a cornerstone of financial stability. Reserves provide options to respond to unexpected circumstances and provide a buffer when faced with fiscal challenges and protect the district from changes in state funding, either from economic volatility and or continuing declining enrollment, as well as from unanticipated increases in expenditures. And after the one-time funding goes through the system in 2021-22, we continue to have a structural deficit in the out years, meaning we are projecting to spend more than we receive in revenue, once again spending down reserves to survive. This is a requirement. A few years ago, a reserve cap was passed by the legislature and signed by the governor, and the reserve cap is 10%. It's never been triggered, but they're projecting that the trigger will occur in 2022-23. And even in the meantime, SB 858 still requires a presentation of the minimum reserve for economic uncertainties at the adopted budget, and a statement of reasons for the need for an assigned and unassigned ending balance that is in excess of the minimum state required reserve for economic uncertainties. So this detail here below, it's basically a detail of the assigned fund balance in the 2021-22 proposed adopted budget, with additional reserves needed to cover future years' deficit spending, and a reserve in case we don't hit our budgeted enrollment growth number, because we would then have a further loss in LCFF funding in 22, 23, 23, 24, and out. We also have a need to reserve one-time fund balance to continue the learning recovery plans beyond the current year, when most of the one-time funding is projected to be depleted. So opportunities and risks. Again, this budget is based on the May revised proposal. Lots of things are going to change. Any changes we will bring to the board as a budget revision if material later in the summer. There's a 45-day window. We're still waiting to find out if if or when we'll receive any more IDA or E-rate funding from the Federal American Rescue Plan. We just haven't heard anything more on those areas. The district will not receive updated budget information from the county office on our funding or bill back until probably July, but this will again be adjusted in the fall when new information becomes available. As you recall, the LCFF Local Control Funding Formula Calculator has 4 different funding rates by grade span. Enrollment distribution attendance has a larger effect on funding than the previous funding model that had 1 rate for ADA. So if we get more, say, 4th through 6th graders, we receive less funding than we get of 9th through 12th graders. So depending on where the students come in, it could greatly affect our total local control funding formula revenue. We build vacant positions in the budget with assumptions of how much we're going to pay when we hire those people coming in. And so if those don't come in exactly where our budget assumptions lie, we could have savings or greater expenditures. So as we fill all of these positions we're flying right now, those budgets could change as well. The independent study / virtual instructional school model, attendance and accountability rules still are not defined for our next school year. And this is leaving districts in a very difficult position, trying to plan and communicate with families that want a different model than in-person instruction this fall. So we're still waiting for that detail. And then the last is the economy. That's always a large one, obviously. The Legislative Analyst's Office has come out saying that the state will be deficit spending in 23-24 and 24-25 if the governor's budget is implemented. So what does that translate to for school districts? All right, last slide. Next steps. The next steps are adoption of the LCAP and budget at the next board meeting. It's expected at this juncture that the state will adopt a budget on time this month. And then I would just like to take an opportunity to thank so many people for their extraordinary efforts this year in developing this budget. This was an unusual year with so many moving parts, with all the changes in staffing in RVC and intervention plans and funding changes and all the spending plans that were required this spring in the middle of us trying to do the normal budget development and LCAP. Everyone worked so collaboratively to put this together. I want to thank the site principals and admin staff, all the operational, human resources and education department staff, especially my staff in the business department. Beth is here. Thank you so much. Charlene Gregg, our accountants, Chris and Jennifer Hill, Chris Westlake, and Sarah Harris, our position control. I mean, positions are moving all over the place. And then Janice Fett and Sherry Richards came and helped us. They're retirees who came back and helped us get the budget done. And Hannah was so helpful with all of the LCAP and the many reports that had to be done. So I just want to thank everyone for their hard work, and it was a team effort, definitely. So that is the end of my presentation. So staff recommends holding a public hearing on the 21-22 adopted budget.
I move we open the hearing.
Second.
I now open the public hearing for the 2021-22 district budget and annual certification for workers' compensation claims. Do we have any public comment from the audience or tonight? Any board comments?
I just want to add my voice of thanks to you. I appreciate, I mean, your staff has been amazing. And Beth, I love that you always have the right answers and you always, so I think you're a team, and it's an impressive team, and I appreciate all you do. And I want to thank you. And although the only thing I'll push back on is you made it sound like we're done with all the changes. Like we're far from right. We're about to get a whole slew now coming down on us, and so there's still a lot of work to do. I mean, the main thing I want to say is it's pretty amazing what 1 year can do, right? I mean, we're sitting in a very different place this year than we were doing, and thank goodness for that. I think you correctly showed a lot of the unknowns that are out there. There's some more so, like Esther seems, yeah, we're not sure exactly much, but we have a pretty good understanding where it comes in. It seems to me, and I will say, the other thing I did want to say here is, I want to readily admit when I was wrong last board meeting. I said the legislature wouldn't put more into it. They did, and thank them, and I appreciate that. So this notion specifically around deferrals and STIRS and PERS, that was huge, and I hope we can make sure that that stays in the budget through it. If it does, it's a significant difference to us. So all this is a way of saying, I appreciate the 3-year outlook. I appreciate that we need to stay fiscally stable, that we need to understand, as Roger pointed out, that because of the hold harmless, it's actually a structural deficit moving forward. But yet it also does put us in a different position. And so I'm anxious to see, one, the final budget, whether the PERS and STIRS, whether that's in there, and our final enrollment. And I think when those numbers come in, I think we're in a different position to have a more robust conversation about how we're thinking of our 3 years out. So I just deeply appreciate this and the work you did.
Just a quick echo of appreciation. I know you have carved out time for me to ask you questions, and we can't do what we do without you doing what you do. So thank you, Barbara, and I really mean that. Heartfelt thank you. And I echo too, I know there's many unknowns, but once that enrollment gets a little more solidified and we get closer there, I think all of us will be a lot more comfortable. So thank you for watching that, tracking every detail for us. And I look forward to the conversations to come when our enrollment is back.
Thank you. Thank you to your team. Thank you to the hard work. Amazing that with all of the unknowns, all of the factors, all the different things, you can build a model with all those different variables in it and come to a clearer picture of it, knowing that there are so many changes. I don't think people realize there's a couple different budgets that come, or estimates that come from the governor, and then you go to a legislature, and it is that process to bring it together. So we don't have all the answers in January or March or May that we think, right? Everything's based on estimates. I have one question, and I know we've chatted about it a couple different times, and it's around COLA and how those things are. In general, and I know it's a broad term, and I know you want to be specific, so I apologize. Please just kind of stay on a high level. In general, running of the district, assuming all things are working from the year before to the year, what percentage ballpark do we need to just keep everything going, the lights on, keeping everything the same? Because I know costs incrementally go up every year in all these different columns, but it's not that if I were a $130 million budget, if I had $130 million next year, you're going down. So we always need some percentage just to keep everything the same?
So
Ballpark.
a percentage
Anything
of the expenditures of the prior year?
Yes. And I apologize on the spot. I mean, is it just in ballpark like 2-3% just to do everything we did last year, next year, because we assume everything goes up?
Well, that's hard because the pension costs are going up significantly. And so what it might be 2% last year could be 4% this year. And our utilities are expected to go up significantly this year. So it's really hard to say this is the percentage every year, and especially this year, it's really, really hard. So I can't give you.
No, it's fair. I get it. Just to, from the folks at home, you always assume, hey, if I'm doing good and I'm making 50,000 and I make 50,000 next year, everything's the same. Everything does incrementally go up. So I just want people to be aware, and for us to all be aware, no matter what happens, there's always some gradual increase in different columns. And unless it's offset from the state, those things come up irregardless.
Right now, our step-in column and all of our mandatory costs, the SUI was almost $1 million.
Okay.
And the PERS and STIRS, that was about 4% increase.
Okay.
Of our expenditures.
Of the expenditures, great. Thank you.
Just a quick jump in on that, because I know, being on the other side, as a parent, we hear abbreviations. COLA, cost of living adjustment. just so that way people understand. I think that's a great point, Derek, for us to look at. But just for anybody still listening in at, what time is it, 9 p.m., 8:30, I try to remind myself, 2 years, the abbreviations I didn't know, so that way our parents can be informed.
I do think too, Derek, it's like, I appreciate raising this, appreciate that, Tiffany. And so, it's important to recognize that. So with the COLA, we have step and column, we have rent, or we have utilities with these obvious accelerators that come in every single year. And sometimes the state does cover those accelerators through a COLA. But even in years where they do, they rarely, if ever, and as this year again, do not cover our increased pension costs and our increased special ed encroachment. That continues up. So even if they're giving us what appears to be enough to cover, we still have increased costs on the other side that they are not covering and have no intention of covering. And that is it year to year. Right.
And then they add in things like unemployment insurance, oh, by the way, over $1 million. Or you may not have heard Barbara talk about our liability insurance, think wildfires, but then she also used the word property liability and cyber. So that whole notion of cyber piece goes into that liability. Like, as we know, Sierra College had a ransomware attack just in the last month. So we're even taking on more liability that we have to think about differently. And that's going to be a challenge. And we all know that inflation, because anytime you go buy milk or bread at the store, that those inflationary pressures are, everything we need is going up. So lumber, for example, any construction or other facility pieces, those costs are going, exponentially. So it is, as you said, harder for the dollar to go further. And then also this proposed budget does not have any ongoing compensation increases for employees. The board approved one-time funds for this year. And so we know that the board has made a commitment to want to, work to make compensation for employees a priority. And so we know that that'll be part of the calculation we look at as we go through this, but that budget does not include those at this time.
Any public comment? Any written? Thank you very much. All right. I now close the public hearing. All right. Thank you. Now, item 12.1, Special Education Solutions Panel Annual Report. Matt Murphy, Director of Special Education.
Boy, I took a new job.
I would turn it down quickly, Matt.
Clicker? Barbara, you hit it. Yeah. So good evening, President Counter, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Stock. It's a pleasure to be in front of you tonight. For those board members I haven't met, my name is Matt Murphy. I'm the Director of Personnel and Special Education at times. Just kidding, Stacy.
I could have sworn you.
No. No, but it is a pleasure to be in front of you tonight. I was reflecting, because obviously I don't come in front of you very often. The last time I think I came in front of some of you was over a year ago, when we were discussing the types of leaves that employees were looking to take in the unknown that was in front of us. And you think about how we've transformed to where we are, it's like, wow, we've come a long way. So that's a good thing. So tonight, fortunate to be in front of you as a co-chair of the Special Education Solutions Panel, and I'm accompanied by my fellow co-chair representing our TPA, which is Jalen Gregory. And I want to thank Jalen because she's been very, very helpful in just getting this presentation ready to go. This is a function of contract language to come before you and give you an update. And we'll explain why we're a little late in that game, and COVID did have something to do with that. But the other thing I thought about is when you see the title, Special Education Solutions Panel, why do we need solutions in only special education? And so there's rationale behind that we'll get to, but I do want to thank, from my experience as a principal for 10 years, and even in this role, all those that work with our special education students, from the instructional aides, to the classroom teachers, to the special educators, to all the support mechanisms within, all the way up through the district office to Stacy. Just a simple thank you. There is a reason that special education, often we are looking for hiring people into those positions because it can be an intense position. Students have some needs, parents have high expectations, and we want to meet those needs. And so they work so hard, and the people that I've worked with over the years, their heart's in the right place. They want to do a good job. And so we have to say thank you to them for that effort. So as we move forward with our presentation tonight, what we're going to look at is basically a brief presentation about what is the Solutions Panel, what was the intent when it was created, kind of what's the history that from the time it was created to where we are now, talk a little bit about our successes, and then talk about some of our challenges, and then kind of where do we see next steps. And so without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Jalen, and we're going to kind of bounce back and forth to give you a little variety in our presentation.
So the Solutions Panel came about due to a need for a method to address breakdowns in communication concerns between our TPA members and site administrators or the special education department. So our purpose became to establish a process to address those concerns, utilizing a consensus-building approach to find solutions that would be beneficial for both parties, obviously, and to address those concerns in a more uniform and timely manner. And that can be caseload concerns, training, staffing, things like that. And a lot of those you'll see on the list.
So our history, the history starts back in 2018, December. That's when it was negotiated and language was put into the contract that created the Solutions Panel. The membership is broken up, or the language created for our TPA members and 3 district administrators. In the spring of that year, those people were asked to be trained in the interest-based problem-solving methodology, and so that was accomplished. Then in the 2019-2020 year, the language called out for us to meet 2 times for the first 4 months with a third-party neutral facilitator. And the reason for the neutral was the idea was there might be some tension in that room to have a third party there. And what we discovered over time was both sides felt like they could work together without the neutral arbitrator. And so we continued forward. And you'll see at that time, per the language, the role was to communicate with the superintendent's cabinet and the executive committee to give them updates, and then come before you and give you updates. It was right about that flow where we began COVID. And so once we hit COVID, kind of honestly everything came to a screeching halt because we were solving, all of us, other challenges that were in front of us. And so it wasn't until this year that once we got back to hybrid, that we began to meet again. And so you can see we met about 9 times in the 1920 school year, and then this year 5 times.
We did want to take an opportunity to highlight some of the successes that we have experienced. We did begin with a focus on a special education handbook. It did allow us as stakeholders, and then obviously some key players within the department, to establish some of those policies and procedures so that everyone was on the same page. We had a lot of the same resources. We were able to see what we had within Rocklin, but also reach out to some of our colleagues in other areas that may have already had the chance to address some of those weaknesses, and look at those resources and pull that in to make us better able to address some of that need. And we also looked at identifying a way to allow members to solve problems at the lowest level, but also clarify how they could access the panel, be that through our TPA support, through the department, and what that could look like. This year we focused more on the need for access again, and we established a process for the RTPA members to communicate back out to the site representatives, and then for the district personnel to communicate out to district leaders, so that we would have a better understanding of the panel, the purpose, and how people could access that. And then finally, we looked at the some video trainings for onboarding new special education aides. And this year, one of our main successes was to clarify the process for accessing the panel. We weren't seeing issues come up the way that we thought that we would. And so we did refine some of those steps, different resources, what those would look like, so that everybody was more on the same page. And then obviously our intent would be to not need the panel, but because we weren't seeing some of those issues come to us, but we knew that they were out there, we're trying to address and continually grow and refine what that looks like.
So in looking at some of our challenges, it made me think today, because we were at a DLT today and we were talking about PDSAs, the whole improvement science kind of dynamic. And you go from the intent, and we had a momentum going, and then COVID hit and it kind of slowed it. And in our best of intentions, we thought creating a structure where from the bottom up people could solve things at the lowest level, and it would work our way to us for those things that were unresolved. We really just didn't see that come to us. Now, you can theorize as to why. My personal theory is people are busy, they get frustrated, they solve it at the lowest level. If it doesn't get solved, they're busy enough that they just put it aside and keep on plowing forward. And so I think we have to continue to evaluate, is that potentially one of the reasons it didn't come to us? And so that's one of the challenges. The other challenge is when we started this, we looked at the meeting times as 60 to 90 minute meeting time. So when we went for 2 times a month to 1 time a month, and you start to look at some of the ways we can improve our services to students in special education, we're starting to reflect that maybe 60 to 90 minute meetings aren't going to be enough time to really work through a problem. And so we evaluated that. We also looked at team composition on both sides. We came up with the best intent of who should be on that, but there may be some limitations to their time constraints and ability to focus their energies because of their responsibilities across the district. So we looked at that. And then the last one is, we went to the original interest-based problem solving about 1.5 years ago, and then COVID hit, and we really haven't had a lot of practice in utilizing those strategies to take on some tough problems. So those are all areas that we looked at in relationship to challenges. So next steps.
We began, or I shouldn't say we began, we ended this year by reflecting on what this year had looked like, in addition to the previous year where it was a little bit more typical. We were in person, and that laundry list of differences, thank you, COVID. And so we did talk to the stakeholder groups and then the panel as a whole to really reflect on some of the strengths and weaknesses around the meeting structure, and then possibly looking at reconfiguring those meetings, how long, how often, to better address some of the weaknesses that we saw, but also build up some of those strengths so that we are, like I said, ever evolving to make it more efficient and a better resource.
And then the other areas that we're looking at, besides the time constraints and looking at the feedback, was just simply trying to utilize the interest-based problem solving at a greater level. And so we brainstormed and have continued to come up with ideas in kind of 2 paths. One is to continue the process that allows members, if they need to work from the bottom up to bring a topic to us. But we don't want, because of the nature of time, right, to bring the committee together to wait for problems that we haven't gotten yet, or you know what I mean? And so what we've brainstormed is, if you look in the contract, when they first wrote the language, there are a series of examples of things that may be discussed that we think we could begin to work on. And these aren't things that are on fire right now in immediate emergencies in special education, but in any of our programs, we can work towards improving them. And so we can tackle some of the things that we know may be a little bit more systemic, that we can start to utilize these resources to improve. And so that's kind of our next step, our next evolution, is to look at increasing those times, look at who's on the panel, and then start taking on some of these issues that already exist. So with that being said, that's our brief presentation to you, kind of how we began this, what we've done, and what we envision is going to come in the future, and open to any questions you might have.
So, not as much as a question, but I just, Jay, when I'm at, I just want to thank you both for the presentation. This is really thoughtful work. It's a weird thing, Matt, for you to come and be like, it didn't work because no one came, but that's exactly what you want, is no one coming, right? And I think your hypothesis is exactly right, and I think that, unfortunately, it's going to change next year. But still, I appreciate the way you all went about this and the idea of sort of seeing if we can fix it at the site level, if we can sort of build it from there and build it off, and that makes a lot of sense to me, and I hope that we can sort of see this. The other thing that I do want to say to both of you, and appreciation is, it hasn't happened yet, so we don't know how it's going to work. We don't know, but it seems like you're on a good path, and it seems like you put together a good document to start us off. And this notion of interest-based conversation seems to have some impact. And so what I would also ask you to do is not only the outcome, but the process you're going through. Take the time to think about it and document it. It's part of a larger conversation we're having with RTPA is the best way for all to work together. And if in this instance, interest-based works particularly well, let's think about is there a way to actually bring that into all of our negotiations going forward, because we're always looking for better ways to work together. And so I deeply appreciate your leadership here. Thank you.
He says, again, he said everything right. I love the fact that we're using interest-based problem solving. It's continuous improvement. The example that you said of, in the beginning, we thought we needed a facilitator to come in. As you've gone through the process and worked together and communicated, just from a growth mindset, we're able to solve some of those problems and not need something. So always good to reflect. I think you made the comment, it's the plan, do, check, act. Hey, we thought this, we went through it, and then I think as the team gets through, it's that norming, storming, performing. I said that wrong. It's forming, storming, norming, performing. Sorry. As you go through it, and you're going to figure things out. You're going to work through it. And I love the fact that, again, we talked about this, was it 18, 19, about interest-based problem solving, bring people together, figuring out a better way to do it. And again, like I said before, right? Like I want the road to be real wide from the stay in your lane comment. Like we can figure things out as we go. We don't have to be bureaucratic with stuff. We can figure it out together. We can work towards solutions, and we can move forward. So again, just thank you. This was thank you. It was very, very cool to see this. Thank you.
Just an echo of thanks. I so appreciate being able to look at examples like this of, look how we're working well together, and we're working through, and I appreciate the successes. I appreciate a lot of these pieces. I really liked also what you both said about next steps, that we may not have a wildfire right at the moment, but we're going to look back. What were some concerns that originally brought about the need for this panel? And let's start talking through some of those things now so we're prepared in the event we find ourselves in a situation. I so appreciate that forward thinking. And so I know sometimes we get so busy and we get caught up in the tasks that we need to do. And I appreciate this opportunity to come together and say, hey, what are some things we can actually forward think about? What are some things we can prepare for, so when we get there, we have this model of interest-based problem solving, so we can solve those problems faster. So thank you for both of your efforts, and really the entire panel, those that are listening. I appreciate everybody taking time to work through on this. Thank you.
President Kenner, could we ask the book, Matt and Jalen, to share who the other members of the panel are, just so they're acknowledged?
Sure. You want to go first?
Oh, no. Put you on the
That was a step that I thought.
He's always throwing me under the bus. So I'm Jalen Gregory. I'm a speech pathologist for Rocklin. And then my SDC RSP representative is Kevin Estes. He's from Whitney. And then Elena Byard is an RSP teacher, currently in Flex because she went to RVC. And then Allie K. Wood-Smith is my school psychologist.
And then for us, Jennifer Palmer, who's the principal of Breen Elementary School, and our very own Stacy Barsdale, who's right back here, who I share my duties with as Director of Special Ed. Just kidding. No.
I apologize for that. It is written differently.
But
Matt,
if you can have a little fun at this
I will
point,
always make sure
a little
that that's done
laughter.
correctly.
You guys have had some serious conversations tonight. I wanted to bring a little smile to your face, and yeah, exactly. So.
Do we have any public comments? All right, excellent. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now to item 12.2, improving student learning during quarantine. Dr. McDonald and Marty Flowers at some point.
Well, good evening, President Counter, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Stock. We're glad to bring you the last show of the evening tonight. Per your listening pleasure, we've brought back a short presentation on student learning during quarantine. We're excited to share some information we found with you. Presentation actually is inspired by the interest-based problem-solving model. So we're going to look at some of the challenges and issues and then propose some solutions that we've thought of. And we want this to be a conversation, so we'll welcome your input as we conclude the presentation. We'll be acknowledging the issues, sharing challenges, unknowns, mutual interests of district, parents, and staff and students, and then again proposing options and remedies to improve learning during quarantine, if that should be the case. Issues and problems. So we know that during this school year, large numbers of students were quarantined for being symptomatic, positive, or exposed to COVID-19. These students were quarantined for 10 to 24-day periods per California Department of Health guidance. And during this quarantine period, some students had reduced learning opportunities and limited engagement. Specifically, for some students, there is a lot of variability in instruction, quality assignments, and adult interactions, including work support and feedback. Some of the challenges we encountered that led to these problems were in distance learning and AB, teachers did have time to plan and deliver at-home instruction. Once all students returned to campus, teacher time and energy was committed to supporting in-person instruction and social development. Therefore, there was no longer a dedicated at-home component of instruction available to students in quarantine. We were also unable to reach agreement with label partners to provide guaranteed live streaming access for all students during quarantine. And although our USD schools did provide in-class assignments, hard copy or via Schoology, and daily check-ins with school staff via telephone or Zoom, many students needed more additional support to keep pace at home. Some unknowns as we head into summer and look towards next year. We know that Governor Newsom has promised an update on June 15th regarding COVID-19 guidelines and restrictions. We're looking forward to hearing what he has to say and hopeful for less restrictive guidelines. We do anticipate that Cal OSHA, that governs the workplace and school guidance, will follow by the end of July. However, there's still much that's unknown about how schools will reopen in August. We do anticipate a normal reopening, but we're unclear at this time if students will still be quarantined extensively as they were this year or at all in 2021-22. These factors will definitely impact our planning around this issue. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Flowers, who's going to talk through our mutual interests.
Thank you, Dr. McDonald. One of the things we have is, obviously, we want to take care of our employees and our students. Everyone agrees with that. We want to make it as safe as possible. We also want to avoid quarantining students. Just today, as Mr. Murphy mentioned, we had our end-of-the-year district leadership team, and we did an activity where we closed this year, getting ready to move forward to next year. And so we asked administrators to talk about what are some of the things you want to get rid of. All the site administrators said how difficult it was to quarantine kids. It was a challenge, so we, of course, that's a mutual interest. We want to avoid doing this at all costs. We want to improve student learning during quarantine and make it to the greatest extent possible to be on par with them being in class. Again, as Dr. McDonald talked about, just the sheer numbers made that a challenge. We want to ensure students that are in quarantine remain engaged and have that access to complete their work, but also to communicate so they can, once again, just like being in class, to the best of our abilities. Through Senate Bill 98, we had to provide daily interaction with students. However, again, because of the numbers, it was a challenge to provide that, so we need to look at remedies for that. And again, we want to return students to in-person learning as soon as possible. The guidance, we're all looking forward to that. Again, as Dr. McDonald mentioned, supposedly coming out next week, but then Cal OSHA is looking at late in July, so we'll continue to update you on that. Options and remedies. New, less restrictive CDPH guidance may reduce or even eliminate the need to quarantine students. Again, we will continue to update the board as that information becomes available. Students exposed to a positive case was by far our largest group that we had to quarantine. Vaccinated students are not required to quarantine for exposure. As we know, currently students aged 12 and up can be vaccinated as an option, so that really looks at a majority of our middle and high school students. And then even the expansion of these possible vaccinations could go to the younger students and even reduce that quarantine requirement as well. Remedies, live streaming was one that we talked about. we potentially could revisit that possibility to provide video and audio instructional support to students. Obviously, technology and effects bargaining with our labor partners would need to be revisited. And then also, teachers and/or instructional assistants could be hired with the one-time funds that we have to provide some of that direct support. And again, just a credit, many of our teachers thought outside of the box. Some of them did provide some of that live streaming or audio. Some of them did connect through their Schoology accounts with students. So continue to work and collaborate, as we just discussed about the Special Ed Solutions Panel, continue to work with our labor partners to do the best we could to provide that. And then finally, decreases in COVID-19 infection, exposure, and reduction in the restrictions could significantly reduce the number of students needing and requiring quarantine. This would allow teachers and other staff members an opportunity to focus on a few kids that might be out and provide a better learning experience for all involved. So with that, Dr. McDonald and myself are available to answer any questions or feedback.
Not necessarily a question. First, thank you. I know on many occasions we have shared, and many in cabinet have shared, frustration and concern over quarantine. I know as I talk to parents, students, and teachers, it seems across the board, everybody agrees. I don't think I've actually ever heard from somebody that they love quarantine, unless it might be their first round, but on your second and third, nobody loves quarantine, right? So I think this is an issue that we have all been trying to research and find somebody that's doing it well, and I don't think anybody has figured it out, any district. So I don't expect us to, especially before new guidance comes out. But I do think it's important that looking at this, here we are in June, you know, we made it through this year, but yet we have another year coming very rapidly. August is coming fast. And so I just think looking at this is why updated guidance is so important. And if we don't receive updated guidance in the area of quarantine, I am incredibly concerned as a board member. You know, no matter the solution, I keep looking through ideas of solutions, and these are great, and I understand it's based off of the information we have. They're all difficult, they're all costly, and I think all of them show that we still aren't able to give the full education, the full social emotional learning experience. And so for me, I read this and I say, thank you, we're trying to dig up every option. But if we are going to still continue to have students out of school, we are still going to have to put money towards this. I'm excited for our conversation on June 17th, our next board meeting, to really look at what do we do if we don't receive new guidance on the 15th? Because I know we're waiting and looking. If we don't, I implore you, board, to join me on June 17th as we look into options we have regarding quarantines come fall.
I appreciate your work on this. Thank you. I see the challenges and the issues. The mutual interests that I'm really concerned about are improved learning, as great as in person, and access to coursework. The options and the remedies, there's 4. COVID numbers going down in vaccines, we have no control over that, right? What I want to be sure that we're focused on is what do we have control over. So I would like some, I'd like to know, let's talk about the last one, or the third out of the 4, teachers and instruction assistants hired. Are we looking to do that? Do we have money set aside where we're considering hiring more people?
We have not set particular dollars aside for that. We still have, again, one-time funds that the board we could look to reallocate to that. But really, the reason we haven't set any aside is we don't know, based on what guidance we'll have, are we expecting to have the hundreds we had this year, or is it a very, very minimal amount? And also, so we're looking at what that would be like, what that type of support would be. And so that's why we looked at that option. And really, until we have the understanding of guidance, we don't know the expanse of that. But we clearly know something has to be different than we had this year. There's just no question with that. It's in our secondary piece. The elementary piece seemed to be not as troublesome as it did in the secondary. And so that's why we looked at that piece of not just a connection, because our counselors did a really good job with that, but it's that specific course support and access that students would need.
Okay.
Trustee Price, if I could, I would like to add that we actually, as Superintendent Stock mentioned, we have 500 kids starting summer school on Monday. So at the secondary level where it is credit recovery, we are looking at hiring a teacher to specifically work with these kids, because obviously if they
Summer?
have to be quarantined, yes, this summer, if they have to be quarantined, they're not going to be at school, but they still have to make up that credit. So we are looking to hire one person to support that. However, as Superintendent Stock mentioned, next year, we will continue to have those discussions.
Okay, thank you. And so let's say that we decide as a board to bring back technology and live streaming effects bargaining with labor partners. What would be the timing for that?
The timing would be that we would introduce that as an item and then work towards agreement on the requirement of streaming. Because the issue we had was that we could not get agreement that we could guarantee to families that teachers would be doing that streaming in all classes. We were fine to say we had agreement on it's optional if you choose, but that wasn't a guarantee to families. So we would bring that back, is something we want to work towards, and would try to seek an agreement. We can't guarantee that we would have agreement with our TPA on that. And so that could come up as soon as we can begin negotiating and, in that process. And so we would have to seek out to find a date, a mutually agreeable date to begin negotiations on that.
August?
Yeah, August would be likely the soonest that would commence. And we can't compel our labor partners to come to the table, and so we can request that they do so. I would think, given the time frame and everything going on else, that August would be the earliest likely that would happen.
Okay. What I have said before is that if there was a perfect solution, every school in America would be doing it. We do, however, have a colleague who has done live streaming in Loomis and had a lot of success with it. I think that we can't ignore that. And we do need to take her experience in consideration, and I'm not ready to rule that out. Let's hope that the guidance looks better. Let's hope that we have low COVID numbers and that the things that we are in control of, we really do well. I will wait patiently as possible. Thank you for the information.
And Trustee Price, just on the live streaming, I think it'd be also good for us to revisit and check with colleagues that did that on the effectiveness they felt with that, because clearly, like you said, as Trustee Hepp, she implemented that from all year. And I think that may be, I'd be interested to hear from them and from other colleagues on the effectiveness, and even how, if there's anybody's doing the surveys with families and students in their districts around the effectiveness of that, because that's something I'm curious about too. When it's, day 10, day 12, day 14, did they find that met the need on the accessor pieces? Because it definitely sounds like it would, but I think it would be good for us to check that question to make sure that we invest a lot of time in potentially negotiations, that it's an answer that folks did find had the promise that we definitely thought it, the board definitely thought it did, and we agreed it could have.
I know with ever-changing guidance, it is so hard. Right? I'm hearing August and I get excited and then I get nervous going, I think, I don't have it in front of me, but August 11th is our start date, right? I'm concerned about those students that starting August 11th, if guidance doesn't change and we don't have a plan in action, then we really are where we were last year. And I don't think we're doing our students a service or our teachers. I honestly couldn't imagine the difficulty quarantines put on our teachers. As I meet with teachers and hear from them, what we are asking of them is impossible. And so I just think I get concerned if we don't have a solution or a B plan or a C plan today or even June 17th, then we're talking not even engaging in conversation until August, and our students return August 11th. I know I'm preaching to the choir. I'm sure we're all on the same page with that. I'm just not interested in waiting until after school starts. And so I just implore us to have a solution or some possible B, C, D plans maybe at our June 17th meeting.
With all due respect, Trustee Setoff, in the next few days before we publish the board packet, to have solutions is very difficult. We are focused on opening summer school on Monday for over 500 students. and we just finished closing out the last school year less than a week ago. And so our main focus in education services has been to get the summer support up and going, because we know how needed that is. And we absolutely will attend to the issue of quarantining students, but it was just really our first priority. And what we wanted to share tonight, per the board's request, was here's our initial thinking about things we could do. And we will absolutely have something different in place if we need it for students. I mean, streaming is definitely one piece, and we've talked about that. The other piece is, again, having the needed staff to support students, to make sure it's not just a check-in, but if you're stuck in math and need support, how do we get that to you? If you're stuck in the science piece, how do we get that to you? And that's where we think we definitely could do better. One of the other challenges that hindered that this year was just, it was very hard to get people to come and do extra substitute other work. We anticipate as the pandemic declines, is certain financial safety nets in the economy are less there, that people may be willing to do more additional work, and will allow us to hire aides, teachers, others. As you've heard, we've had to increase our payment in summer for all kinds of work, just to get people to do the work we're doing. So we really do see the additional staff piece as a very, very viable option to have if we, in addition or in place of streaming, either way we go, before school starts, because we don't want students to have the same experience they had this year.
So I really appreciate the conversation, appreciate you doing this. Makes a lot of sense to me. I think this is a good step forward. The thing I would also say is, one, in a sense, it doesn't matter, I guess but moving forward with the assumption that we're gonna have to quarantine is probably a good thing, because it's always be better if that wasn't happening. Recognizing, and Roger, I appreciate, Superintendent Stock, I appreciate your point and totally agree, and I appreciate that. To be crystal clear, that we're not in a massive 100-foot building where there's thousands of curriculum experts behind you waiting to do this, right? It's you all, and so we do not have a lot of capacity to sit around and do lots of work. Having said that, no. So with that, the one thing that I would say, though, to that is that one way I think about this as well, and I hope we can think of it, is yes, we have to deal with this quarantine issue, but also that we have a year's worth of learning, and even to the point of streaming, we have a universe's worth of learning around. And I appreciate the point of the difference between access and impact, right? So just because they had it doesn't mean they learned. And so, what do we know about actually learning going on and understanding that? But we all in Rocklin have a lot of learning of sort of what does and what doesn't work. And it feels to me there is always the issue of kids missing class, having nothing to do with COVID. And so, and Barbara, I know that there's I know that there's conversation in the legislature right now in the difference between independent study and distance learning. But the dream world for me is that ultimately, if a kid is sick, we're going to keep them in school by reaching them at home, right? Or if they even go on vacation, they can take the morning week. So are there ways to think about this? Quarantine is an example, but actually on a larger scale, how can we think this is a system to engage kids at home to actually capture ADA down the road and continue learning down the road to make sure that that we're better off at the end of it? Thank you.
Which is really interesting, because you and I had that experience at, and I know we've talked about it before because different rules apply somehow to charter schools, but at Rocklin Academy, if you go out of town, you can they still get their ADA because they're doing their homework online. Yeah, interesting. We need some help there with our legislatures for sure.
Thank you, guys. Not an easy one. I hope we can all, whether it be at a state, at a county, or whatever, we can all get to some kind of agreement what exposure means, because I think that was one of those variables in there. Speaking from the parents that I've spoke to and the parents that had conversations with Derek throughout the year, it's the variability in the learning. Some kids got this, my kid didn't, my kid got that, this kid didn't, et cetera. So it's that variability you want to manage. Obviously, reducing the variability is what continuous improvement is all about. And then it's the consistency class to class. So as Marty, you're saying, we were able to, one teacher, one person was able to do it over here, this one didn't, this group didn't. So again, reducing that variability, having the consistency is a good thing. And hopefully we can manage through the variation, as it goes through, as far as the different guidance, exposure, what that kind of stuff is. I think everyone's going to cross their fingers that it comes out their way. regardless of what happens on June 15th and when we talk about in June 17th, I think asking the further questions of exactly what does this mean for Ryan Miller when he walks into school next year, and having those specifics will help out, because at least in policy and at a government level, we tend to talk in this stuff and it doesn't translate well to, you know, Johnny that goes to 3rd grade at Sunset Ranch. So if we can get to that level, at least as quick as we can, it will help people understand what the challenges we have, and hopefully it all works out in our favor, but I know it's not an easy problem to solve with what we know now. So thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you for being the last part in the show. Thank you. All right.
And we are committed to, we will, in our August 4th COVID update, and I hate to say that, but I know that we'll want to update the board and our community on where the status. We will absolutely be prepared to have some definitive answers around here's where we're at, and here's, you know, there may be another option, say on the streaming as we're working towards, but we can guarantee this difference, so folks enter in knowing that.
So I just want to add one more thing, I'm sorry, to your comment. I'm a little less concerned about variability, and I'm more concerned that we have improved learning as great as in person and access to coursework. So let me tell you why. So I had a lot of parents call me and say, well, you know, my friend down the neighbor, I experienced that firsthand. I have twins, right? They both are taking Spanish. They have a totally different experience, and that's normal. That's okay. I'm okay with that, as long as we have consistent learning and access to coursework. So I do want to try to help parents understand everyone's different and everyone chooses to teach differently. So we're not going to have, it won't be the same, and that's okay. But we do want to have a standard of excellence. I mean, we had 250 kids one day at Whitney High School at home. They weren't sick, well kids sitting at home. So we've got to do things to better support them. I know you know how I feel. I won't say anything more about it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Trustees, do you have any items to be placed on a pending agenda? I think I wrote it down, but I will, I'll say, so it was board policy 6144. Did I get that right? Or so I'll hand it over.
That's correct. I would like to formally ask, and I know we have an incredibly busy summer, but I would love if that could be added before the start of school. So the August 4th date or an early August date works for me. Really what I'm looking for, just an informational item for our cabinet, superintendent stock, whoever you would choose would be the best fit for that, to bring forward that board policy to us, just as a reminder of this is the policy we have. This is what it says, this is how it's implemented, and I think it's good for our community to hear and be aware of it as well.
Great. We can absolutely accommodate that.
Can I ask you another question? Were you also planning to ask for a discussion or an agenda item regarding the board just approving elective courses? Do you remember you asked Roger about that? I'm happy to do that. Is that an agenda item we want to talk about for next time? I won't be here next time. Do you want to do it? What do you want to do?
That would be August then.
August? Unless you guys have any input.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're talking about. Sorry.
Should I finish the first one?
Sure. So sorry.
You got me off guard.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. So the first one, the board policy, is just an informational. I've reviewed it. I don't see any action. I'm not suggesting any action to be taken on that one. But I do think a public review of it would be good for our community, so that way we're all on the same page. Do I have somebody seconding me on that one?
I can second.
Okay, so that one's good?
Yep.
You say you.
So I'll try to, are you looking for, what is, I guess, more of an educational item for the board? What is our process of how we bring on elective courses and the subsequent curriculum with them. I don't think we're looking to make any votes, yes or no, pro, con. I think you just want to have more of a, here's our process, kind of a process map of here's the steps, here's somewhat of the timing. Am I saying that right?
I think the question is, tonight we got some good information to be aware of how elective courses are chosen as opposed to required courses. And so I think I would like an opportunity to talk more with our staff and our sites, since they're the ones that are currently operating under that guidance, to see, in light of parent concerns that were brought tonight, I feel comfortable taking this next month to really talk to some of our sites and ask them how that works for them. In light of concerns that parents have brought up, what do they suggest? And then if there's still continued concern, I think then I would feel comfortable at that point motioning or proposing an agenda item to adopt a board policy. I think at this point, without me having conversation with staff specifically regarding that item, I would feel uncomfortable proposing a new board policy. Although not against it, however, I do feel I would like to talk to our site first. Yes. So I don't feel I need an informational at this time. I thank you, Superintendent Stock and Mr. Flowers, for explaining to me how electives. I do think that was important for our community to hear, because required classes have a completely different process than electives, and I think our community was very confused by that, as was I. So understanding that, I don't feel comfortable proposing an entirely new board process until I actually talk to our staff. So if you're okay with that, I would like to talk to our staff, have a few weeks. I also know it's summer. I know everybody's going away in a little bit. So unless I continue to hear more concerns, I think I will leave it at the site level to have conversations with them, and then I'll come back to the board with concerns.
Perfect. I just wanted to understand where you're coming from. Thanks.
Okay. So just more on ourselves or on our own. Okay, just want to make sure that's square. All right. All right. The June 9th, 2021 board meeting is now adjourned.